The moment his eyes snapped open, he found himself thrown into a brutal world. A world of train survival, where every passenger must leave at each station. They explore the stops, driven by one single goal: just stay alive. While the lucky ones find rare treasures, the unlucky ones often pay. With their very lives, in this place, opportunity and danger walk. Hand in hand, to survive, they have to gather supplies and upgrade their carriages, eventually building a customized train world of their own. But he entered this game with an incredible, unique advantage. A one-of-a-kind ascension ability. Anything he holds can be evolved to its absolute limit, turning ordinary things into the extraordinary. A simple dagger is refined into an enchanted sharp blade, eventually becoming the eternal cutter. Even a plain white forest fruit tree becomes a blessed tree, and finally the golden tree of Venus. Even a common beehive is not spared, as he can transform it into a giant wasp hive or even a futuristic nano hive. While others desperately fight over scraps of bread, he grows stronger by the second, leaving them in the dust. He looked around his cold carriage, wondering if this train could also evolve. A wild thought, but his instincts were spot on. Before the first station even came into view, his light was massive. A system notification pulsed in his head: complete success. He had broken a legendary record, unlocking the special Destiny Divergence module in the process. As the train conductor, he can now choose the next station. He braced himself as a harsh system warning flashed, telling him to hold on tight. The steel wheels shrieked as the train prepared to make its first stop. Before we get deeper into his journey, please take a quick second to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to us, and we hope you are having an absolutely wonderful day. Now let us jump back to what happened a few hours earlier. A chilling voice echoed in the void, wishing him eternal life as the train prepared to depart. When his eyes finally snapped open, a sharp pain throbbed in his temples. He rubbed his forehead, staring blankly at the unfamiliar metal of the train carriage, unable to recall a single detail of how he ended up here. His last memory was just staying up late to watch anime before darkness swallowed him whole, leaving his mind completely blank. For a brief moment, he wondered if overworking had finally killed him, sending him straight to hell. But a cold, robotic voice suddenly cut through his panic. It announced that all survivors were awake and began listing the rules. He listened closely as the regulations of the train were laid out. The rules were simple: never abandon your train. Every 24 hours after departure, they would arrive at a completely new station where they could explore. These stops lasted 3 hours, giving passengers the choice to disembark or stay on board. The goal was to gather vital resources to upgrade their trains and unlock new modules, but the voice made one thing absolutely clear: he must not leave the train before reaching a station. The final command was chilling. Survive. The announcement ended with a dark warning to follow the rules. Survive. The announcement cuts off with a strict warning to obey rules. He was informed that the first station would arrive in just 1 hour. The length of that message prompted him to reflexively pinch his cheek, and the sharp sting confirmed that this was absolutely no dream. As his headache began to fade, he struggled up from the cold floor to survey his surroundings. It was exactly as it appeared: a solitary carriage hurtling through an endless wilderness that streamed past the windows. The only notable feature was an oval-shaped device at the front, topped with a luminous screen that boldly displayed the words "Train Control System." Without hesitation, he approached and touched it, prompting the system to offer him options for conductor info, train details, a trading platform, and a chat room. Curious, he opened the chat room and saw that it was at its full capacity of 10,000 people. The messages flooded past in a frantic blur. One person was screaming about their wealth and demanding to be let out. Another was searching desperately for their medication, and a woman named Zyoan was calling out for her husband. Some wondered if they had been iced, while one cynical soul even cheered about not having to deal with their boss the next day. However, his eyes caught a message from someone who claimed they were all just bad actors in a reality show. He declared that he was getting off immediately to prove it was not real. Ignoring the warnings from others, within a minute his name vanished and the occupant count dropped to 9,999. He felt a cold chill. Wondering if he truly died and who would not be terrified, shaking it off, he closed the chat and swiped over to his train details. It was a level 1 train with no extra carriages, moving at a meager 20 kilometers per hour. It possessed a basic workbench for recycling and a level 1 frame, wheels, and base. The requirements for an upgrade were steep: 100 kilograms of wood, 150 of metal, and 50 mechanical parts. That slow speed caught his attention if arrival times were fixed at 24-hour intervals. He questioned why speed would matter at all. Furthermore, if 10,000 people were arriving at once, the scale of the station would have to be enormous. He looked out at the wilderness again, struck by a sudden, unsettling thought. Perhaps speed mattered, because if he moved too slowly, something might eventually catch up to him. Continuing his inspection, he opened his personal info screen. His name and ID were listed alongside his sanity and stamina stats, both sitting at a full 100. The sanity meter warned of various stages of mental decline, from fatigue to total madness, while stamina was tied to his physical ability to function. There were no abilities listed, but under the talent section he saw a word that changed everything: sublimation. When he looked into it, the system explained that he could expend stamina or sanity to evolve or upgrade any existence without any restrictions on category or level. He quickly searched the chat room for any mention of talents, but found nothing at all. If such powers were common, someone would have surely bragged about them by now, which led him to believe that talent holders were exceptionally rare. He pondered why he had been granted this cheat ability, and it dawned on him that he had always been slightly different back home. He remembered how broken computers would suddenly run high-end games after he touched them, or how regular cars seemed to reach impossible speeds. His friends used to joke that he was pleasing machine spirits, but he had always dismissed it as a series of coincidences. It was real. This description confirmed it had been real all along. How far could he push this power? He wanted to sublimate anything. He walked over to the workbench where a water bottle, a loaf of bread, and a small knife had been placed as starter gear. He looked at the shoddy level 1 dagger and internally commanded it to sublimate. An invisible force instantly enveloped the crude blade, and his stamina dropped from 100 to 90. In an instant, the weapon transformed into a level 2 enchanted sharp dagger. The pure excitement, the blade gleamed coldly in his hand as power surged. The talent actually worked. This stamina cost was easily manageable. He swung the dagger, listening to it whistle sharply through the air, amazed that such a high-quality weapon came from such shoddy materials. A far more ambitious idea took hold of him as he looked around the carriage. The description had said he could sublimate any existence, and that had to include the train itself. Taking a deep breath with his eyes sparkling in anticipation, he approached the control panel and placed his hand firmly on the oval device. Sublimate. He gave the silent command. The invisible force manifested once more, but this time he felt his stamina draining at a much more alarming rate than when he had upgraded the small knife. A heavy exhaustion settled over him as he watched his stamina plummet from 90 to a mere 30. He collapsed onto the floor, huffing wearily. Still, he could not suppress a surge of exhilaration as he watched the train transform before his eyes. Notification confirmed that the upgrade was successful, bringing the train to level 2. Next came the steep material requirements for the upcoming stage: 200 kilograms of wood, 200 mechanical parts, and 400 kilograms of metal blocks. Beyond the physical changes, he had unlocked several upgrade options and More importantly, a reward for breaking the record for the fastest train. Upgrade, yes, a special module card. Once he caught his breath, he took a moment to carefully examine the train's current status. Reaching level 2 had automatically improved the chassis, frame, wheels, and workbench, effectively doubling the train's speed from 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. What truly piqued his interest, however, was the feeling that he could still sublimate this train. Further, unlike the knife, that cheap blade had nearly exhausted all its potential. The train's ceiling seemed much higher. He knew his current reserves would not be enough to push it again immediately unless he tapped into his mental energy, but after remembering the warnings about sanity, he decided to temporarily shelve that dangerous idea. Instead, he turned his attention to the new upgrade options and the special module card. The level 2 upgrade menu offered 4 blueprints: a basic carriage for free, a water tank for 1 coin, a burst acceleration device for 5, and the ability to extend docking time for 2 coins. He frowned slightly, realizing these train coins must be the local currency. Since he did not have a single one, he worried he might be forced into the free option and lose out on the others. Fortunately, the system confirmed that he could reserve these choices for up to 3 station stops. Relieved, he pulls out the basic carriage blueprint, noting its massive material costs. He decides against sublimating the blueprint itself. He fears an upgrade makes construction costs impossible to meet before he even gathered the basic resources. He shifts his focus to the special module card, which appears as a diamond-shaped card wreathed in pale blue particles above his palm. The description is frustratingly vague, stating only that it grants a special module. Naturally, he cannot suppress the urge to sublimate it. Though his stamina is low, he still has mental energy. A quick snack of bread and water miraculously restores his stamina to 50. Testing it should be fine, he mutters. So he silently commands the sublimation. That familiar invisible force returns. With a vengeance, the card releases brilliant, star-like blue particles. From the outside, the moving train must have looked like a comet trailing blue flames through the dark void. When the blinding light finally fades, a crushing fatigue settles into his bones. His stamina drops to 20, and mental energy hits 60, triggering a mental fatigue status. But despite that 70-point cost, the upgrade is worth it. The special module has evolved into an exclusive card. He lies on the floor examining the card, wondering what mental fatigue actually means. Since he does not feel any different, perhaps his physical exhaustion is just masking the mental strain, sending up a quick, scattered prayer to every deity he can think of, from the ancients to the god emperor. Finally activates the card. Azure light envelops him as the system congratulates him on obtaining a unique conductor module called the Crossroads of Fate. The effect is simple but massive. His path will always present a second choice, and different paths will lead to completely different destinies. Before he can study the details, the train's PA system crackles to life, announcing their imminent arrival at the first station. He is shocked to realize an entire hour has already passed without him noticing. With only 1 minute left, a second interface appears, courtesy of his new module. He is presented with 2 choices: Platform 1, the swampland, or Platform 2, the armory. Recognizing this as the power of his exclusive module, he doesn't hesitate. He chooses the armory, reasoning that while other people look for food, nothing provides better security here than weapons. Smart move, right? As soon as he makes his selection, the space ahead of the train distorts violently. Resembling the open maw of some giant beast, the train whistle shrieks as they plunge through a warped reality, and the surroundings transform completely. They have arrived. The docking countdown begins at 3 hours, and to his immense relief, the system reports that no hazards are detected at the station. The train gradually slows to a crawl, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks fading into a heavy silence as he reaches his first stop, standing before the sealed door. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves, tightening his grip on his sublimated dagger before hitting the release button. Outside, the world is draped in an oppressive, pitch-black void, yet strangely a massive building. The size of a matchbox stood clearly in his line of sight. Looking up, he realized there was no sun in the sky, yet the road beneath him and the structure ahead were perfectly visible. He realized then that space traversal is truly an incredible power. It certainly explained why all the trains shared the same arrival times despite the distance. He stepped off the train, reaching the entrance in fewer than 10 steps. The massive doors were shut tight, but he managed to pry a gap open with his dagger. As the heavy door swung wide, a wave of rotten stench hit him square in the face. He walked inside to find rows of neatly arranged wooden crates, the clear source of the decaying odor. Using his blade, he pried the rusted iron locks off the nearest crate. Inside, two bolt-action rifles lay half buried in wood shavings. The system identified them as low-level marksman rifles, each with 20 low-grade bullets, 2 guns and 40 rounds in just one crate. Pretty incredible find, right? He spent the next hour opening several crates in a row and hauling the loot back to the train. After several trips, the adrenaline-fueled strength he had been running on began to hit its limit. His stamina had dropped to 15 points. The repeated use of sublimation had already pushed his physical boundaries, though his excitement had somehow allowed his spirit to recover to 70. With 3 hours of docking time and no energy replenishment, he realized he would not have much strength left to move supplies if he did not pace himself. After resting, he shifted from heavy lifting to exploration. In a side room, he spotted several sealed iron boxes on a shelf that reminded him of military supply videos he had seen back home. The markings on the surface were blurred, but he felt a surge of nervous anticipation as he swallowed hard and pried one open. Inside were neatly arranged blocks of compressed biscuits, looking like bars of gold and emitting a faint milky aroma mixed with a fermented tang. Regardless of expiration dates, he stuffed one into his mouth immediately. It was exactly what he needed, though he quickly realized he would need water. These things quench hunger but leave you parched. He found 4 barrels of these rations, 80 biscuits in total, enough to sustain a man for half a month. Nearby, he found sealed barrels of water, but the snow was distinctly undrinkable. Still, he moved everything onto the train. Resources were resources. The armory was a cramped semi-enclosed space filled with collapsed shelves and rotting debris. In 2 hours, he salvaged 42 intact rifles. The rest were rusted beyond use, fit only for the processing station. He also loaded up on iron and wood. Even if he did not use them for his own upgrades, they would be valuable for trading. With 30 minutes left on the countdown, he decided on one last trip. His carriage was getting crowded, and he knew a second carriage was his top priority. He had the wooden parts, but he was still short on metal. He headed for the innermost area, bypassing the mess to check the final rooms. These looked like foreigner living quarters. The first few were empty, but as he entered the last one, he heard a sickening crunch. He looked down to see he had stepped on a small leg bone from a skeleton. He muttered a quick apology to the brother on the floor. He was not particularly afraid. Even as a kid, horror movies amused him, and he had never been fazed by the sight of the deceased. As he withdrew his foot, beneath the skeletal remains, he spots a dusty paper bag. Pretty strange. Iron and wood had rotted to absolutely nothing here, yet this flimsy paper remained completely untouched. Intrigued, he snatches it up and jogs back to use the system appraisal just in case of traps, and to his surprise, the screen identifies the bag as a level 1 treasure chest. He laughs, silently thanking the dead skeleton and promising him a proper burial later. But as he goes to open it, he pauses. If he can sublimate the train, why not this? His current stats sit at 30 stamina and 80 spirit. He reasons that a tiny bag like this won't drain him too much. He can always eat another biscuit to recover. With his mind made up, the decision is set. He whispers the command to sublimate. Stats begin to drain instantly. A warning flashes that his spirit has dropped below 50, plunging him into a state of intense self-doubt. He collapses onto the floor like a gasping fish, staring blankly up at the swaying ceiling lamp. After a moment, he sits up. With stamina at 20 and spirit at 50, honestly, it is not a big deal. Aside from some heavy fatigue, the self-doubt state does not seem to hold him back. The cost to hit level 2 is 40 points, higher than expected. But the simple paper folder is now a level 2 treasure chest, it seems. It cannot be pushed further. Maybe it lacks potential or a rule caps it. He rubs his hands together in anticipation and opens the folder. The rewards flash before him: 4 train coins, a Colt M191 pistol, and a level 2 blueprint for an external garbage collector. Looking at the 4 train coins, he realizes this is his main ticket to getting local currency. He pulls up his train details on the system screen, checking if the level 2 upgrade options are still showing up clearly at the top of the screen. Without hesitating, he spends 3 of those newly earned train coins to buy the basic water tank blueprint and an extra hour of docking time, leaving him with only a single coin. Now, let's see if his luck holds. If he can find another chest at the next station, he might gather enough to build that acceleration device. That is when he looks up. The departure countdown has shifted to 1 hour and 15 minutes. He turns his full attention back to his physical rewards. The Colt M1911 feels heavy and solid in his hand, compared to the cheap guns salvaged from the armory. This beauty is so refined, it is basically a work of art. He quickly figures firearms here share a universal bullet type. So he loads a magazine with low-grade ammunition, too. Test it out. Aiming at a random wooden box outside the carriage, he pulls the trigger and watches the crate instantly explode into tiny splinters. The sheer power of the blast catches him off guard. He rubs his slightly sore palm where the heavy recoil bit into the webbing of his hand. Although this pistol uses the exact same bullets from the armory, it is clearly twice as powerful. A wild thought of what it could become through sublimation crosses his mind, but he quickly shakes his head to dismiss the dangerous idea. Now is absolutely not the time for crazy gambles, especially with his physical and mental reserves hovering dangerously close to their absolute limit. Better to just wait until he fully recovered. After putting his pistol away, he accessed the control system to examine the 2 blueprints he acquired. The basic water tank would allow him to store water and prevent spoiling for 10 days, requiring only 10 kilos of metal and 20 mechanical parts. The external waste collector was even more interesting, since it automatically gathered and stored trash from the platforms before departure. It required 30 kilos of metal and 100 mechanical parts, plus an optional upgrade costing 300 more parts to let the workbench automatically recycle all that waste into usable materials. Checking his inventory of 210 kilos of wood, 60 kilos of metal, and 220 mechanical parts, he realized he could afford to build both, but doing that meant putting his first extra train carriage on hold for now. He decided not to rush, since the extra station time he bought allowed him the luxury of a proper rest. When the countdown entered its final hour, he opened the market to scout the listings. The trading rules were pretty strange. While other conductors could only sell items after leaving a station, those still docked were completely free to buy up any available listings. This was a clear attempt to block station-to-station supply transfers, but did nothing to stop private deals or quick purchases by docked players. It seemed like a glaring loophole, one that made him wonder if the powers behind this game were subtly hinting that players could bend the rules to a certain extent. He focused his efforts on acquiring metal, scanning his pile of cheap rifles and Survival rations. In a brutal world like this, weapons and food were the ultimate currency, but as he refreshed the market, he found that while a few had posted metal, the tiny quantities proved most people were just testing the waters instead of making fair trades. Checking the public chat, he saw it scrolling wildly with texts from other conductors who already left their first stops. Someone complained about finding nothing but old tires at a trash station, while another lamented arriving at a smelly grassland full of black mud. When some pointed out that black soil could grow vegetables, others mocked them immediately. Shouting about the lack of space on a train, things shifted when someone shared a blueprint for a basic fishing rod, sparking a wave of envy and confusion. It was clear most passengers had not found a single blueprint yet. People began desperately haggling, offering their starter bread and water rations for parts. Talk about absolute desperation. Some were literally offering to trade for half a loaf just to survive. The chat room turned toxic when treasure chests were mentioned. Players who had not found any grew hostile, demanding everyone share their location secrets for collective survival. Finally, someone cracked under the pressure and shared a screenshot of what was inside a level 1 chest, 2 train coins, a healing salve, and an aluminum insulation pad blueprint. Looking at these tier rewards, he calculated that if a level 1 chest has 2 train coins and level 2 has 4, then a level 3 chest should logically yielding 6 coins. Compared to his massive level 2 haul, the rewards from this first level seemed pretty meager, but in this world, medicine was highly precious and every single coin counted. Suddenly, a brand new public message caught his eye immediately. A user named Li Xiao Sheng was offering to trade some metal. He had plenty of it available and was actively giving high priority to weapons over absolutely anything else. Prioritizing deadly weapons over food suggested this guy definitely had no issues keeping his stomach full. Our guy preferred dealing with highly capable survivors instead of desperate beggars who could not even feed themselves yet. He decided to reach out to him, and a private message quickly popped open with him. Li Xiaosheng was straight to the point, asking if he was looking to trade for some metal. Our guy countered by asking for his stock, but the seller cautiously deflected. Asking how much was needed proved he had a serious amount of metal hidden in his stash. So our guy asked for 150 kilograms of metal. The chat went dead. You just know the trader was staring at his system screen in total disbelief after that. That was enough to fully upgrade a level 1 train carriage. He probably wondered how our guy already had the wooden mechanical parts, or where that confidence came from. After a tense pause, the seller finally swallowed his doubts. He agreed to supply it, but immediately questioned what exactly was on the table for such a massive trade. He noted a starter dagger only gets 10 kilograms, so our guy offered a rifle. Using the system quick photo function, he snapped a clean picture of his many salvaged guns. He offered the gun and 20 bullets for the full amount. The trader was completely shocked by this deal, and his angry reply was sent right away. Calling it absolute robbery, he claimed no gun was worth that. Our main character just smiled, casually tossing a heavy brass bullet in his hand without a single care. As the only person selling real firearms, he held all the power. A real gun is incredibly valuable when you think of the terrors waiting at the next station. Firepower would massively improve his chances of surviving the danger. The seller knew he was right. He had hit a treasure chest earlier at his stop, hauling in over 300 kilograms of metal, making him feel like the luckiest survivor. But all that luck and pride shattered when compared to the deadly rifle now in his hands. When the trader desperately tried to haggle the price down to 100, our guy just stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes. The seller had now completely shown his hand. Knowing how badly the man wanted the gun, he absolutely refused to budge. He told him to take the deal now, or he would simply find someone else who was more eager. The seller gritted his teeth, begging for time, but got only 10 seconds. He had no clue our guy was actually still chilling back at his very first start station, planning a massive train carriage instead of a simple engine upgrade. Finally, the seller hardened his resolve, gritted his teeth, and fully accepted the trade. He asked why anyone needed so much metal and if he had blueprints to mass-produce these guns. He quickly added he wasn't trying to pry, just wanting future deals. The trader boasted that he was confident he could easily hit level 2 within 3 short stops, offering to promote the weapons once he became a top-tier conductor. That confidence was actually pretty amusing to watch, if 3 stops was considered strong. What on earth would he think of our guy reaching it before he even left the track? The first station, that is just a completely different leg. He humored the other guy's grand delusions at the station, simply telling him to proceed with the trade, curious to see how the system handled transactions. Following prompts, he placed the heavy rifle on an empty spot, and a virtual glow instantly swapped them for neat metal ingots. The entire transaction was incredibly smooth, managed entirely by the system's impartial arbitration. With his new materials secured, he placed the basic carriage blueprint onto a processing station. A translucent screen appeared, confirming his materials were ready. Once he selected the construct option, the wood, metal, and gears vanished, reassembling through a mysterious force at the back of the train. The new carriage descended smoothly onto the tracks, connecting to the engine with a satisfying click. The system notified him that the build was complete, adding that he could modify it further with glass and fiber. Right now, it was a spacious empty shell about 10 meters long, bright, and exactly what he needed. The frames had no glass yet, and it lacked an outer door, requiring entry through the back of the engine, but it felt right. A train should be more than just an engine, after all. He nodded in satisfaction, checking his stats, seeing his stamina and mental energy were far too low for any further upgrading. He started moving his supplies from the locomotive into the new carriage. He still had 40 minutes left on the countdown, plenty of time to head back to the armory and gather whatever was left. His stats sat at a weary 21 for stamina and 59 for mental energy, leaving him in a state of complete exhaustion. Inside the train, he collapsed onto the floor like a salted fish that had lost all hope of moving again. During these final moments, he had drained his last reserves of strength, making 2 final trips back to the armory, keeping his promise to the end. Despite the grueling physical toll of dragging heavy materials, he still managed to dig a grave for those skeletal remains, even erecting an unmarked wooden post as a quiet gesture of respect. That marked the end of his harvest at the station. As the departure timer finally reached 0, the stationary train groaned and slowly lurched forward. Right in front of the engine, those familiar spatial distortions reappeared, and the train accelerated through the boundary, returning once more to the endless, bleak expanse of the desolate wasteland. And then the cabin speakers crackled to life. A robotic voice announced that every conductor had departed the platform, offering a hollow congrats to the 9,892 survivors who successfully departed the first novice station. The voice then warned them that they had officially left the newbie safety zone. Starting from the second station, there would no longer be any promise of stopping in safe areas. Naturally, this news sparked an immediate frenzy in the chat. Some questioned the timing, wondering why they had left the platform an hour later than expected, while others quickly realized with frustration that someone had stayed behind for an extra hour at the first stop. Some were even calling him a cheater, while others deeply regretted not realizing the first station was actually safe. A few conductors shared grim stories, like one whose first station was a desert where they nearly perished in quicksand. He remained completely oblivious to their bickering, as he was far too busy sitting on the floor sorting through his final haul. His inventory looked pretty impressive. 49 basic marksman rifles, 1,100 low-grade bullets, and 150 kilograms of wood, 104 kilograms of metal, and 162 parts. He salvaged a wide range of usable tools like crowbars, shovels, and screwdrivers. He tossed the broken ones straight into the processing station for recycling, keeping the rest as trusty backups, his current blueprints for the water tank and trash collector. Only needed 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts, which barely made a dent in his newfound massive reserves. After placing the blueprints and allocating the materials, the control system finally allowed for their installation. He ordered the system to set the water tank inside the carriage and mount the collector on the left exterior. Once the setup was complete, he walked back to find a heavy metal water tank on wheels taking up a corner of his new carriage. It could hold 1,000 kilograms of water and featured built-in dividers. To keep clean and dirty water completely separate, he poured in the 50 kilograms of polluted water he had brought from the armory, feeling a tiny bit of disappointment that he did not have a purification system yet, though he was not overly worried about it. He decided it was time to test the local market, so he posted his very first message in the public chat room, stating that he was buying water, glass, fiber, and blueprints, offering up his firearms and food in exchange. And trust me, mentioning weapons sparked an immediate frenzy. Some shamelessly begged for gear, asking if he was some wealthy tycoon upgrading his train, while others offered to become his loyal lackeys or tried to guilt-trip him into sharing his loot for the sake of humanity. He spotted several foreign names in the flood of incoming private messages, which surprised him for a second before he realized this world probably gathered people from everywhere, maybe even different dimensions of Earth. He quickly blocked anyone trying to emotionally blackmail him or beg, focusing instead purely on real potential. A woman named Shangyuan Yingshu offered 20 kilograms of lake water but made it clear she would not provide any container. He replied to her with complete coldness, pointing out that dirty lake water was lethal without filtration, meaning she had to show some real sincerity to get a rifle. She seemed frustrated but told him to name his price. He demanded 50 kilograms. In this brutal world, water was far more precious than metal, especially since almost nobody had storage containers even when they found a source. His true limit was 30 kilograms of dirty water for a single weapon, but he had the upper hand. Ultimately, he was just one guy, no matter how many guns he held. Trading them for bulk raw materials was his only real path forward. She eventually agreed to the 50 kilograms, though she reminded him quite sharply that he would need to handle the storage himself. He wondered for a moment if he had asked for too little since she agreed so fast, but he was not one to second-guess his own decisions. He locked in the deal and prepared to proceed, but Shangyuan Yingshu quickly added that she also needed bullets and food. It made him curious. Where was this woman getting so much water? Such a huge amount did not shock him, since she mentioned it was lake water, meaning her first stop probably sat near one. But what really puzzled him was her storage, until that 3-hour docking period at the first station finally ended. Both trading and the chat rooms were supposed to be blocked. Did she find containers or craft them from blueprints like he did? He did not even ask. Secrets are normal here. He said his price is clearly 5 low-grade bullets per kilogram of water, with no container needed on her side. 4 food. He offered army-grade compressed biscuits at 1 biscuit for 5 kilograms of water. She quickly agreed, wanting 100 bullets and 3 biscuits. Add the rifle and ammo. The result: an insane total of 85 kilograms of lake water. When she asked if he needed to buy any storage containers from her, he told her it was totally unnecessary and initiated the transfer. Immediately, a trade portal materialized right above his water tank. As the guns and ammo vanished, 85 kilograms of water materialized out of nowhere, pouring down into his tank. Between this and his earlier Deals he now had 135 kilograms. He stared at it, fighting the urge to take a sip. Seriously, drinking raw lake water is basically a bad idea. Raw lake water was a total death sentence. They finished there. Deal with a quick, polite sign-off, and she sent over a friend invite which he accepted right away, compared to the annoying Li Ziao Shuang. He liked her quiet, straightforward attitude. He spent the next few hours selling off a bunch of rifles and ammo. In exchange, he got the glass and fiber to upgrade his train carriage. With the upgrades done, solid glass filled the frames, turning the freezing cabin into a real room. Talk about a massive haul. He finished. He only had 21 rifles left. He did not set hard prices, choosing to take any offer that felt fair. These basic items would lose value fast as better blueprints dropped, so keeping them made 0 sense. Done with work, he had a good dinner of fresh bread and water before curling up in a cozy spot up front. He was way too tired to care. Survival could wait. As the train rolled across the wasteland, he watched the glowing moon until his eyes finally slipped shut. He woke up shivering from the night cold, rubbing his heavy eyes and stretching out a stiff neck. The dead world outside looked completely desolate, bathed in the pale, eerie glow of that massive moon. The clock read 3:37 a.m. The chat was still moving, proof that almost nobody else was sleeping as well as him. Since he could not drift back off, he brushed off the dirt and stood up. His energy was fully recovered, which meant it was finally time for another upgrade. He decided to start with his Colt M1911. It was a masterpiece, and he wanted to see its upgraded form, especially with a dangerous next stop coming. He triggered the system sublimation. Watching his energy drop, the pitch-black body of the gun grew faint glowing lines and felt heavier, needing a real, solid grip to hold. It was now a level 3 blacklight enchanted handgun. He could burn through his stamina to turn basic bullets into armor-piercing rounds. It cost 40 stamina points, which felt acceptable. He set up metal scraps as a target. Deep breath, he pulled the trigger. While channeling his energy, boom, a deafening muzzle flash erupted as an armor-piercing round ripped forward, punching a perfect hole right through the target. Absolute destruction. Recoil aside, this was no longer a simple handgun. At just 2 stamina points per shot, this was a sustainable advantage. The system hinted at further upgrades, but he decided against it for now. The kickback was already pushing his physical limits. He still had plenty of juice left, so he entered the new carriage and touched the wall to initiate sublimation. Surprisingly, it cost just 25 stamina and 0 mental energy. The space instantly morphed into a level 2 cozy cabin. Boasting an enchanted heater, it kept a constant 22 degrees Celsius interior. Regardless of the weather, no more freezing mornings for this guy. Happy with the upgrade, he spread out a traded blanket. The sudden stamina crash was the perfect cure for insomnia. He had to save his strength for the next station. That night, while other survivors shivered out in the freezing cold, he slept like a king. He woke up at 10:27 a.m. He stretched out his stiff limbs and calculated their schedule. Since entering the first station at 1 p.m. yesterday, they should arrive at the next one around the same time, though he wondered if his 1-hour delay would push his arrival time back. Stepping out of his cozy cabin and back to the locomotive, the sudden cold hit hard. Worse, his control panel was flashing with alerts. With the dangerous second station looming, his firearms were absolutely skyrocketing in value. A message from a player named Leju caught his eye. This guy wanted to trade blueprints. Until now, no one was willing to do that, since those plans acted as infinite production machines. Yikian asked what he had. Leju sent a screenshot of a level 1 train seat blueprint. Just a simple chair, not top tier, but definitely a permanent asset. He agreed to trade, offering a pistol and 10 bullets. He figured guns are expendable, but blueprints, those last forever. This trade was incredibly clean. Leju was desperately grateful, bordering on pure panic. He claimed that without a weapon, he would surely die. That sheer panic made Yi Qian wonder if the man possessed some danger sensing talent or foresight. No point in prying. He just finalized the transaction and headed to his workbench to manufacture the new black chair, sitting. Inside, it felt like a tiny slice of civilization. He spent his final hour making more weapon deals, offloading 15 rifles and 300 bullets. Naturally, he kept the rest for himself, with his stats sitting at 98 stamina and 100 spirit. He grabbed a rifle for sublimation. It cost 13 points, transforming into a level 2 exquisite marksman rifle. It was not as deadly as his pistol, but still a huge upgrade. Soon the countdown reached its final 30 minutes. Suddenly, the chat went completely silent. Then his unique Crossroads of Fate module flashed, presenting a dangerous choice between a level 2 goblin camp or a level 3 collection zone. He spots the White Forest. His upgraded system now provides far more detail. Levels and types are showing. Was the armory only level 1? Perhaps upgrading his train finally unlocked these higher-tier choices. He chooses the White Forest. A collection platform sounds safe. Safer than goblins anyway. Suddenly, spatial warp engulfs the train. 5 minutes later, gray-white light completely surrounds them. Bone-white trunks stand outside. The system warns of a 4-hour stay. There is a low-risk warning. Strangely, chat never mentioned this. This hazard rating must be an exclusive benefit of his module. He gears up immediately, holstering his trusty pistol. Slinging the rifle over his shoulder, he grabs his pack. He hits the door release. The outside world is dead silent. Absolute silence. He can literally hear his own pulse racing. What exactly does this place offer? Suddenly, a path appears. He steps directly onto the path, venturing deeper into the woods. His senses are highly alert. Every single step keeps him watchful. He stays vigilant. Danger could strike at any second. Fortunately for him, the heavy silence remains completely unbroken. The trail ends deep in the gray forest. A grove appears. Trees here bear strange, pale fruit. Are these the targets? He approaches one of them, curious about what he will find. Using his dagger, he quickly slices a stem and catches the falling fruit. He brings it close to his face. A sweet, slightly bitter aroma wafts up. It smells unlike any fruit he ever encountered on Earth. He swallows hard, staring. The sweet fragrance is incredibly intoxicating. A primal, intense craving to devour it surges through his body. Just as he is about to take a bite, sudden panic snaps him back. He throws the fruit away instantly, his heart hammering wildly in his chest. Panting in shock, he wonders what just happened. He checks his stats. His stamina is 93, but his spirit plummeted to 72. Cold sweat breaks. His spirit was totally full just seconds ago, yet it dropped fast. Simply holding the fruit did this, and he is not even hungry. His sudden, desperate urge to eat a toxic object was highly unnatural. This spirit drain is terrifying, far worse than a standard sublimation. These fruits are a deadly trap. Talk about a terrifying discovery. It is annoying that the train's appraisal only works on board. Still, he suspects the low-risk rating is because of these hallucinogens. Perhaps only the sweet scent causes this temporary lapse in judgment. After hesitating, he refuses to walk away completely empty-handed. He absolutely needs to bring these specimens back to his train for proper analysis. He tears a strip of cloth from his shirt, tying it over his face as a mask. The old saying proves true: men die for wealth, birds for food. Lethal or not, he cannot bring himself to abandon them. He harvests diligently in the silent woods, filling his pack. He wipes the sweat from his brow, thankful for the heavy harvest. For his dagger, without it, this task would have been far more difficult. Once back on the train, he immediately ran an appraisal. The system identified them as Level 3 White Forest fruits. In their unprocessed state, they released a hallucinogenic aroma that drains spirit, and eating them would permanently decrease a person's maximum spirit. However, if processed by soaking them in cold water for 5 minutes, they would rapidly restore spirit and slightly increase hallucination resistance. He patted his chest in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a disaster. This was a necessary wake-up call. He had thought himself cautious, but clearly he needed to be better. He eagerly dumped the harvest into the water tank. After 5 minutes, they transformed from gray-white to a brilliant pure white. He took a bite, and an explosion of incredibly sweet juice filled his mouth. It was delicious, better than any fruit he had ever tasted. Compared to this, the biscuits and bread he had been eating felt like cardboard. Joy sparked in his eyes as he realized the value of this find. He emptied his backpack of other supplies, grabbed his 2 guns and his dagger, and set out again. Each round trip took about 20 minutes, and filling the bag took another 10. With only 4 hours total, he had no time to waste. As he exited, he noticed the trash recycling device he had installed was actually operating. A small cube-shaped robot, barely calf-high, was shuttling between the forest and the train, bringing back leaves and stones. It seemed pretty useless to him, but since it was already built, he let it be. He spent the next few hours as a whirlwind of activity, his dagger flashing as he stripped tree after tree. By the time the countdown reached its final 30 minutes, he had gathered over 100 pounds of fruit. Leaving was tough, not knowing if he would ever find something this delicious again, but he refused to let greed make him miss the departure. He leaned back in his seat, munching on a fruit while he organized his stores. He had his harvest, 79 biscuits, and 21 bottles of purified water. For now, survival was not a concern. He opened the chat room to see how the others were faring, and the active numbers, absolutely chilling. 8,721 out of 10,000. Over 1,000 people were gone, and they were only at the second station. The messages were a chorus of misery, people dying from drinking unboiled lake water, others with punctured lungs from wild boar attacks, and many more begging for medicine or food. Modern medical luxuries were gone. Out here, a simple wound could be a death sentence. While he had used his crossroads of fate to find a safe collection zone, others were being chased by boars or trapped in toxic mud. As his own countdown neared its end, he remembered the little recycling robot. He figured if it had found 10 kilograms of wood, it would be a miracle. He walked back to the station with zero expectations, only to freeze in his tracks. Among the literal trash was a gray wooden box, a level 3 treasure chest. He could not believe his eyes. He had not dared venture deep into the woods for fear of getting lost, yet this little machine had wandered off and found exactly what he needed. He patted its square head with newfound appreciation, feeling a bit guilty for looking down on it. It was worth every resource he had spent. He resisted the urge to open it immediately. A level 3. If he sublimated the chest to level 4, it would guarantee better coins and rarer items. His stats sat at 45 stamina and 92 mental energy when he ordered the sublimation, feeling a familiar, heavy drain pulling at his very soul. Once finished, he was physically spent but mentally soaring. With a sharp creak, he opened the level 4 treasure chest. The rewards were staggering: 8 train coins, an external alert tower system, white forest fruit seeds, a gray-white paint scheme, and an advanced ceramic bulletproof vest. He marveled at the loot, knowing how envious the chat would be, and keeping a low profile is key, so he kept the success to himself. Bragging only breeds enemies. He noticed he could not sublimate these new items any further. The cost was way beyond his current capacity. It seemed level 4 was a major threshold. He immediately installed the alert tower atop the locomotive. It was a sophisticated piece of tech that could equip ranged weapons and provide automated defense within 100 meters, even detecting invisible targets. He equipped 5 of his remaining rifles to it, feeling a massive surge in his sense of security. As for the seeds, they required special white forest soil and 30 days to mature, consuming half a kilogram of fresh water daily. It was a steep price, but he was one of the few who could afford it. In the final 3 minutes before departure, he scrambled to fill several crates with the gray soil the seeds needed. He also processed the trash his robot had gathered, gaining some wood and white pigments from the leaves and stones. As the train began to move, he watched the white forest recede into the distance. He was back in the wild, but far stronger than before. He stretched leisurely and noticed his private messages blinking. There was only one person on his friend list, Shangyuan Yingsu, asking if he still needed water. He typed out a reply, making his position clear. From the start, he asked what she wanted, but warned her up front that he had no firearms left to trade. He waited a long time without any reply, eventually assuming she had passed on the deal, just as he was about to close the private chat. A message finally blinked onto the screen. She apologized for the delay, explaining that she had just been taking a bath. He glanced over at his own water storage tank, completely stunned. Just how much water did this woman have to be wasting it so lavishly? Even with his current success, he had not even considered being that extravagant. He told her it was no issue and asked what she wanted to trade, reminding her of his lack of guns. On the other side of the connection, inside Shangyuan Yingsu's train, a black-haired girl with waist-length hair stood up from a large wooden tub that dominated most of her carriage. As she tied up her hair, her light blue eyes remained calm and unreadable. She sent over a list: 32 kilograms of wood, 50 kilograms of metal, and 40 mechanical parts. She added that she was fairly certain he had those items. He raised an eyebrow at the screen, not answering directly, and questioned why she was so sure he had them, and even if he did, why would he not just use them for his own train upgrades? She replied that she simply hated trouble. She had gathered some materials for herself, but dealing with too many people took up more time than she liked. She had calculated that he was likely the only one capable of providing bulk materials right now. After all, he had sold over 20 rifles. Aside from food, he wanted materials. She was right, but honestly, she did not know the half of it. He had actually sold over 40. He had the resources, but trading them for mere water did not interest him anymore. His reserves were sufficient for the moment. He had even seen people in chat rooms discussing how to boil lake water to make it safe. It was not a method he wanted to rely on unless desperate, but it made raw water less valuable. Shangyuan Ying remained silent for a while as she dried herself, then sent a screenshot that immediately changed his mind. It was a level 1 water purification device capable of filtering wastewater at a rate of 1 kilogram per hour. He stared at the image. Did something like this actually exist? It explained her lavish bathing. She could simply filter and recycle the water, given her willingness to trade it. He suspected she might even have the blueprint. Asking her if she did not confirm or deny it, simply stating the device should be enough to cover the resources she needed. He suppressed his surprise. Whatever secret she held, he was lucky enough to get the tech. He agreed to the trade. Once the transaction was complete, he found the device could be perfectly installed between his wastewater and clean water tanks. Once activated, the purified water would flow automatically into storage, saving him an immense amount of trouble. Naturally, he called upon sublimation. Since it was a small level 1 item, the energy drain was minimal. It transformed into a level 2 premium water purification device, tripling the output to 3 kilograms per hour and adding the ability to purify non-fresh water sources like seawater. Feeling a surge of goodwill, he sent her another message asking if she could upgrade her train and if she would show him what her upgrade options looked like. He was curious to see if her choices matched his. She hesitated, but eventually sent a screenshot of her level 2 options. She had the basic carriage and the extended stop time, which were identical to his, but her random options were a welding tool set and a wooden bed blueprint. It confirmed his theory. The carriage and time extension were fixed, while the others were random and varied. In quality, her options were noticeably inferior to the ones he had been offered. As he nodded in understanding, she asked if he had any train coins. He told her he did not, when she followed up by asking if he still wanted to buy more. His mouth twitched, knowing she was recycling her bathwater. The idea of buying more from her was a hard pass. He declined, ending the chat. He knew she wanted those coins to buy her own options, but he barely had enough for himself. He still had one critical choice left: the train burst acceleration device blueprint. It cost 5 train coins, an amount most people would take several stations to accumulate, but he had more than enough. He finalized the purchase, leaving him with 4 coins. The device required 50 kilograms of metal and 200 mechanical parts to build, and it would allow him to produce acceleration bullets that could triple the train speed for 10 minutes. It was expensive, but undoubtedly worth the cost. The trading platform was becoming more diverse after the second station, but food and water remained the most desperate needs for the majority. Those barrels of compressed biscuits he had, those cheap materials, suddenly looked like a gold mine. Yikian shook his head, staring at the resources he had finally managed to scrape together. It had taken 7 biscuits and a ton of effort to pry those mechanical parts from other survivors. Now he understood why Shangguan Yingzhu hated trading, haggling with people and constantly adjusting prices over tiny scraps of food was an exhausting waste of time. He fed the materials into the processing station, and the blueprint for the acceleration device began to emit a deep sapphire glow before his eyes. Metal and machinery fused, coalescing into a complex mechanical heart. The system noted that the train burst acceleration device could only be installed on the main body near the control system. Once integrated, it would produce acceleration bullets, limited to 3 uses per day. His heart sank when he saw the cost: 1 kilogram of metal, 20 mechanical parts, and 1 train coin per bullet, even the ammunition required. Currency, he wondered what a little sublimation would do to it. With his stamina at 55 and spirit at 70 after a few white forest fruits, he figured he had enough for one attempt. He poured 30 stamina and 40 spirit into the device, watching it transform into the red triple-speed train acceleration device. The maximum capacity increased to 5 bullets per day, though the potential for further sublimation was now exhausted. Following the system prompt, he placed it near the control panel. A silvery light swallowed the device, and a sleek black loading port materialized on the console. It was a pricey investment. He spent 2 of his remaining coins to produce 2 silvery shells, each as thick as a baby's arm. He winced at the expense as he tucked his last 2 coins away. He was tempted to test the speed, but he wasn't feeling quite that extravagant yet. Time to sleep. He closed his eyes, wondering if those warning side effects were just empty threats. After all, he felt completely fine. Absolutely fine. When he finally woke, his stamina and spirit were both back to a full 100. He stretched comfortably in the climate-controlled carriage, washing his face while humming a tune. Walking to the back, he checked on the seed he'd buried in the ashen soil. It was unchanged, so he decided to see if sublimation could jumpstart its growth. It cost him 30 stamina points, but the result was a blessed white forest fruit seed. The growth cycle plummeted from 30 days to just 9, 3 to sprout, 3 to mature. Better yet, it would produce 1 blessed fruit daily once ripe. He buried it back in the dirt and gave it some water, feeling quite satisfied. On his way back to the front, he stopped by the garbage recycling robot. He promised to upgrade the little guy. After all, he crouched down and knocked on its oversized matchbox head, calling for a sublimation. Strangely, the stamina he funneled into it simply vanished with no effect. Frowning at the first failure, He tried again, this time using spirit, at the cost of 40. Spirit points, a familiar radiance enveloped the machine. It emerged as the GT-1 automatic treasure hunting robot. Its purpose was clear. It would automatically leave the train at stations to locate treasure chests, mapping out the ones it couldn't carry back. It would cost 1 train coin per use and would forcibly return before the train departed. Camera-like eyes emerged. It spins 360 degrees, locking onto his face to verify his exact identity. The machine asks for a name, reminding him of a classic movie character. He names it Wally. It immediately enters sleep mode, waiting. It waits for a coin to wake up, with the fast acceleration. Bullets and this new robot, he feels like he is heading straight for financial ruin. He realizes most survivors at this stage do not understand the true value of train coins. Most people are still just desperately trying to find basic bread to survive tomorrow. A quick check of the chat room proves him entirely right. People are opening chests, wondering if these coins are just future station currency. Seizing the moment, he lists a trade, 1 compressed biscuit and 1 water bottle for a single train coin. If someone bites, great. If not, no loss. By 12:30 p.m., the familiar crossroads of fate prompt appears. He has to choose between the level 2 Goblin Village, a hunting station, or Doomsday Town, a level 2 mission station. To him, a mission station sounds like an incredible opportunity, far better than fighting mindless goblins. He makes his choice, and the train instantly lurches forward in a burst of acceleration. The world dissolves into white noise, and when the countdown hits 0, the transformation is complete. He looks out at Doomsday Town. The docking countdown begins its 4-hour crawl, but the system's warning hangs heavy in the air. This station is no longer low risk. It is now labeled dangerous. The train hisses to a halt, and he peers through the glass to survey his surroundings. This place is a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the previous stations. Instead, a blazing sun hangs high, casting a brilliant but completely unforgiving light over the streets. The view is haunting. Deep red stains mar the asphalt of the road, and rows of rusted abandoned cars choke the thoroughfares. Doomsday Town is a fitting name. He turns to his small companion. It is time for Wally to work. He winces as he drops a precious train coin into its slot, watching the little bot wobble away through the recycling chute. Part of him wonders if some lurking monster might mistake it for a toy and snatch it, but he has his own problems to worry about. Specifically, he needs to figure out the task for this station. Answer presents itself soon. Through the window, he spots a cold corpse slumped nearby, its stiff fingers still clutching a heavy backpack. A piece of parchment tucked inside flaps rhythmically in the wind, but it is too far away to read. He does a quick equipment check before heading out. He has food, water, his finely crafted rifle slung over his shoulder, and both his black loss pistol and sharp dagger at his waist. Most importantly, he wears the advanced ceramic bulletproof vest he scavenged. He had already sublimated the armor, streamlining it from a bulky bucket-like frame into a form-fitting vest that sacrifices none of its protective power. Fully armed, he presses the door release. The doors hiss open and he steps out, instinctively closing them behind him with a flick of his wrist. Since only the conductor can operate the doors, he does not worry about unwanted guests sneaking into his home while he is away. Immediately, a scorching wave. Thick heat rolled over him, carrying a sickening stench of rot, like rotting fish and decayed bread. Approaching the corpse, he used his gun barrel to nudge the backpack open, wanting to read the parchment. The old note began by claiming the dead man was a legendary courier for the Run Company. Staring at the remains, not much greatness remained, but the writer clearly had a pretty dark sense of humor, noting they were probably about to die, but the courier's mission could never be broken. The task was simple: deliver the bag's contents to a silverware shop in the southeast corner of town. The note promised a massive reward from the Run Company if he showed the badge. This was his mission. Curious, he looked inside the bag and found a cake sealed in a clear box, remarkably well preserved. Happy birthday was written across it in jam, judging by the state of the body. That birthday was a long-forgotten event. He decided that while the party was over, the cake was still a prize worth keeping. He also found a mechanical badge featuring a gear-driven image of a running courier and a map of the town with a red dot marking his destination. Map in hand, he began his trek. The road was a graveyard of skeletons and dark red stains that whispered of past horrors. Suddenly, he spotted movement, a hyena feeding on a corpse. It was the first living creature he had seen here, or so he thought until it turned its head. Its skull was rotted through and its heart was exposed. It was no ordinary beast, it was a zombie. This is getting crazy. The monster growled and lunged. He stayed calm, suppressing the panic in his chest, and raised his pistol. He pulled the trigger repeatedly. He was not exactly a crack shot, but at that close range, one bullet found its mark. The impact was strong enough to blow the beast apart. He had to move fast. The gunfire would act like a dinner bell for every monster nearby. Taking a carefully planned detour, he managed to reach the silverware shop without further trouble. To his surprise, the area was dead silent. He stood before the tightly closed metal shutter. Honestly, would anyone even be alive in there? Just as he considered prying it open, the shutter slid up a crack. He instantly leveled his rifle at the gap. A hoarse voice inside begged him not to shoot, claiming to be human. Keeping his distance, he identified himself as a run company courier taking over the delivery, showing off the badge. In this wasteland, a professional title commanded much more respect than some random stranger. A scruffy bearded man in his 40s peered out, chuckling that only couriers, madmen, and monsters were brave enough to wander outside these days. He invited the courier inside, but the gun stayed pointed at his head. No risks. He handed over the cake, demanding his reward. The shopkeeper stared at the cake with a pained look, muttering that it was a pity he had not come sooner. The man retreated inside and returned with a box. Inside were 3 train coins. This confirmed his suspicions. These coins were likely the universal currency across all station worlds, but as he reached for them, the man's face shifted instantly. He lunged forward, grabbing the barrel of his rifle with murderous intent. No hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A loud blast echoed, a severed hand flew, and the metal shutter burst. The door opens. The man standing behind it is no longer even human. He is swollen into a grotesque monster, his face twisted in raw grief and rage. He screams about his daughter's cake, cursing the useless, slow couriers. The survivor takes a deep, steadying breath, centers his mind, and keeps firing his rifle. 3 rounds slam home, but the beast's hardened hide shrugs them off. A massive fist crashes into his chest, sending him flying backward. He grits his teeth. He forces himself up, stomach churning. Only his enhanced vest saved his life. That single blow could have ended him. The howling monster charges forward once again now. He fires another shot. The monster just laughs, mocking the useless bullets. With a cold smirk, the survivor tells the massive creature to look down at his body. He sees his flesh riddled with holes he had not even felt. No second chances. He draws his black light enchanted pistol, thrumming with power. Converting his stamina into armor-piercing rounds, he steps in close and presses the muzzle against the monster's forehead. One final bang and silence returns. It is over. He finally realizes why no other monsters are nearby. This was his territory. After catching his breath, he retrieves the birthday cake and 3 train coins, feeling regret. He opens the shutter fully to reveal a remarkably clean silver shop inside. The shelves are lined with precious silver crossbow bolts and sharp, deadly spearheads. On a shelf, he finds a dusty diary, its entries telling a heartbreaking family story. A desperate father found coins in a broken locomotive, trying to buy cake to cure His sick daughter, by March 11th, she passed away without tasting sweetness. By March 15th, the grieving father had completely lost his mind. The survivor walks outside, finds the tiny tombstone, and gently places the cake right before it. It feels like the only way to truly show respect and finish this tragic mission. But the diary leaves him with a chilling thought. Could they really be the first? Was it a conductor who came here before them? They are not the first ones. The realization weighs heavily. He scavenges what he can, taking a crossbow. Several heavy silver items are loaded up, feeling far too important to be left behind. On his return journey, the town feels far more alive with hungry monsters. He really needed that extra hour his upgraded train provided. He spots zombie beasts of all kinds, but curiously, no human ones. Back inside, he checks the timer. Only 35 minutes remain. He inspects his valuable haul of powerful level 2 mithril gear. He recycles the leftover scrap metal into 10 kilograms of raw, precious mithril. This would be an absolute fortune in his old life. He sublimates the mithril cross next, turning it into a level 3 sanctified weapon that emits holy light. But with other weapons, he knows his limits. He is absolutely no swordsman, and his aim with a crossbow is actually pretty terrible. He hangs the glowing cross at the front of the train and checks the trading platform. Someone has finally accepted his trade offer, delivering those highly coveted train coins right now. He sits back, eating fruit and admiring his coins before checking the chat. The global numbers are grim. 7,800 remain. Another 1,000 people are completely gone, and most are still desperately struggling for basic essentials. Meanwhile, he is sitting on a pile of mithril and enchanted gear. The global chat room is a completely chaotic mess of raw fear, grief, and panic. People share nightmare stories, like a massive cave crawling with endless killer spiders. Had not dared to enter, while others bragged about using a gun purchased from an expert to fend off wild dogs. He listened closely when he heard the mention of expert Yi. It seemed his reputation was growing, though many quickly dismissed him. One guy even insisted he was short-sighted, claiming his big brother Lei Xiao Shang was the real authority, supposedly on the verge of reaching level 2. Yi remembered this Lei Xiao Shang, who confidently predicted he would reach level 2 within 3 stations, yet here they were at the 3rd and he was only just now announcing his success. The guy even posted his upgrade options, inviting others to join his alliance if they had train coins. While promising food and water, he completely ignored the empty posturing and focused on the actual data. Lee's options included a carriage blueprint, an automatic fishing rod, a survival rations recipe, and the 1-hour stop extension. Just as he suspected, the 1st and 4th options matched his exactly. The pattern was clear. While the rations were useless to him, the fishing rod was an interesting prospect for future water-based stations, though he felt absolutely no need to rush into buying it. With his Crossroads of Fate module, he had a 30-minute head start on information anyway. It was time to consider another train sublimation. He had been holding off to recover his stamina and collect more train coins. Between the silverware shop's bounty and his previous savings, he had 4 coins. If Wally found a chest here, he would be even stronger. Just as he prepared to begin, the rhythmic clanking of treads outside caught his attention. He looked out to see Wally wobbling back through the recycling chute, clutching a candy box stained with dark red marks. The little robot was covered in deep bite marks, clearly the work of something far more vicious than a normal animal. He followed its trail and saw dozens of zombie dogs circling the train, followed by lumbering mutated humanoids similar to the shop owner he had killed. He gave Wally's metal head a helpless tap, noting that the robot led them straight to his door. But hey, it still brought back a level 2 treasure chest, so he could not be mad. He picked up the box, completely unconcerned by the growing horde outside. This was only a level 2 station, and his train was equipped with a level 4 defensive sentry tower. as the monsters crossed the 100-meter perimeter, the red orb atop. The tower locked on, crimson circles painted the ground beneath their feet, and long rifle barrels extended from the shadows, the air filled with the steady crack of gunfire, each shot finding a lethal weak point. In less than 10 seconds, the clearing was littered with corpses. You watched the scene with a detached calm, munching on a white forest fruit as more monsters swarmed in, only to have their skulls shattered by the sentry's superior marksmanship. When the countdown hit 0, the train lurched forward. They slipped into the void, leaving the ruins of Doomsday Town behind for the familiar endless wilderness. The onboard broadcast chimed, announcing that the newbie protection period was over. Survival mode was now active, and the voice warned them to be cautious at night. Any train moving slower than 30 kilometers per hour would enter a dangerous status. The chat room erupted in a fresh wave of panic, but Yi was focused on his own notifications. He achieved an A-grade elimination. He earned a high rating for the station and cleared a hidden mission, Town Liberator. His reward was a special car exchange ticket. He patted Wally's head, realizing he would have missed this completely without the little bot's mistake. He decided to sublimate the ticket first, upgrading it into a special car exchange prize. Ticket for a level 2 special car. Once activated, a basic storage car descended from the sky and locked onto his train. It was exactly what he needed. 48 units that could store unlimited items, finally clearing the clutter from his living quarters. But he was not done yet. Moving to the end of the new car, he initiated another sublimation to push it to level 3. The cost was heavy, 25 stamina and 25 mental energy, plunging him back into exhaustion, but the result was a storage unit car that not only prevented items from decaying, but offered 3 special units accessible from anywhere. It was essentially a portable inventory. He tested it by placing some fruit into a unit and successfully manifested one in his hand back inside the locomotive. It was an incredible gain. Exhaustion tugged at him, but he still had that level 2 chest Wally had found. Pushing through the haze, he spent another 45 mental energy points to sublimate it into a level 3 chest. The warnings for mental collapse flashed red in his vision, but he felt nothing but a heavy, numbing fatigue. Prying the box open, he found 6 train coins, a zombie slayer chainsaw sword, 3 virus serums, and a windproof lighter, with 10 train coins. Now in his possession, he was easily the wealthiest conductor around. He had the resources to claim every upgrade option the next time his train leveled up, but for now his body screamed for rest. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit, reaching a level of exhaustion he had never known before. While he slept, the rest of the world scrambled. Other conductors were desperately trading for metal and parts to upgrade their wheels, desperate to hit 30 kilometers per hour safety threshold, even if it meant sabotaging their own long-term progress. Meanwhile, Li Sheikyang sat in his carriage with a dark expression. He had a resource radar ability to pinpoint materials, yet somehow someone was still faster than him. Then, sharp rhythmic cracks of gunfire suddenly tore through the silence of the wilderness. Woken by the noise, he forced his eyelids open and instinctively glanced out the window, only to feel his heart skip a beat. Dozens of glowing crimson eyes cut through the pitch black night, relentlessly chasing the train. The sheer terror of this sight snapped him wide awake in an instant. He scrambled to the front of the locomotive, finding that his automated alert system had already hummed to life, its red sensors swiveling. He suddenly recalled the grim announcement that followed the 3rd station. This had to be the nighttime danger they warned about. The system identified the pursuers as level 1 Blood Moon wolves, noting their speed at 25 kilometers per hour. Seeing that, he felt the tension in his chest loosen slightly. As long as the train maintained a speed above 30 kilometers per hour, he was not technically in danger of being overtaken, since his level 2 train cruised at 40 kilometers per hour, these beasts had no hope of catching him. He splashed some freezing water on his face, letting the biting wind from the vents clear the last of the fog from his brain. It was 1:44 a.m., and any lingering sleepiness was gone. He opened the chat room to check on the others, but the sheer numbers made him freeze. His pupils shrank, 4,130 left of 10,000. He vaguely recalled the total being around 7 or 8,000 earlier that day. That meant over 4,000 people had been slaughtered in the wilderness while he slept, and that number was still ticking down. Imagine waking up to that nightmare. A cold chill ran down his spine. The night was far deadlier than any station. Anyone who had not managed to upgrade their speed was basically just served up as easy prey. Only those who survived this night of terror could truly call themselves actual survivors. And it was clear the days of hiding inside the train were over. To live, they had to explore, harvest, and upgrade, or die. A notification blinked in his private chat. It was Shang Guan Yingzhu asking if he was still alive. He told her he had woken up and asked if she wanted to trade. She was looking for bullets, but he had to turn her down. Between the third station massacre and the alert tower's active defense, he had burned through over 70 rounds. He only had about 300 left, and he could not risk selling his own security. She asked if he had a bullet blueprint, and when he said he did not, she offered a characteristically decisive goodbye. Their exchange was refreshingly simple. He sat back and checked his personal stats, noticing something impossible. His spirit had recovered to 110. He rubbed his eyes and even pinched himself to make sure he was not dreaming. The sting was real. His spirit cap had actually increased. Mind-blowing, right? He could not recall doing anything special before bed besides hitting total exhaustion. But he pushed the confusion aside for now. An increased cap was a gift, and he was not going to question it. It was time. Having cleared 3 stations, the train was finally ready for its next sublimation. He touched the control panel and felt the floodgates open as his stamina and spirit began draining rapidly. While the first upgrade was cheap, this one took a massive toll. His stamina dropped to 52 and his spirit to 50, but the notification confirmed the success. The train was now level 3. He glanced at the requirements for level 4 and felt a headache coming. 300 kilos of wood, 300 parts, and 450 of metal, plus exotic items like gold, mithril, and something called a firestone. He turned his attention to the immediate rewards. His speed had jumped to 60 kilometers per hour, with the chassis, wheels, and frame at level 3, but the real prizes were the upgrade options. In the record-breaking module card he had just earned, he opened the options: a conductor module card for early departure, a level 3 bullet blueprint, and a level 3 power generator blueprint. It was perfect timing. He desperately needed bullets, and the generator would be vital later. Even with his 10 coins, he could not afford everything, so he had to be strategic. He spent 8 coins on the early departure privilege, the bullet blueprint, and the extra docking time. The bullet blueprint required metal and gunpowder, but since gunpowder was scarce on the trading platform, he decided to wait on manufacturing. Instead, he focused on the early departure module. He immediately sublimated it, turning it into the VIP early departure privilege, which allowed him to leave any station whenever the docking clock hit the final 3 hours. Finally, he looked at the new conductor module card. It was blood red with an abstract eye pattern, looking far more. It looked ominous, but Yi Qian was running on fumes. This constant cycle of surviving and upgrading had utterly exhausted him. He decided to hold onto the card, letting sleep take him once more. While he slept, the chat became a graveyard of desperate pleas. Everyone realized 30 kilometers per hour was not fast enough for these monsters. Oh, brace yourselves. A 6:30 a.m. broadcast chilled everyone to the bone. The second survival night was in 3 days. Under 40 was dead. A level 2 upgrade was now absolutely mandatory to stay alive. Li Ziasheng watched all of this panic with a smug grin. His resource radar talent made him feel completely untouchable in this chaos. Promising to help others, he wondered if Yi Qian beat him to the upgrade. He sent a request, arrogantly assuming Yi Qian would jump at the chance. Waking at 8:34 a.m., Yi Qian felt the hard floor in his bones. He ate some fruit, watered his sapling, and quickly checked the time. The 40-kilometer requirement did not bother him. The weather, however, did. Gloomy, oppressive clouds choked the sky, weighing heavily on the world. He held the red conductor module card in his hand, with 82 stamina. His mental energy was 110. It was finally time. He sublimated the card, transforming it into an advanced conductor module. It became judgment of gunfire. Instantly, an incredible clarity filled his mind. He drew his pistol. The awkward, heavy weight of the gun was gone. He felt like a master marksman with decades of range experience. The module consumed mental energy to judge targets, dealing damage based on sins. He knew every single bullet from now on would hit exactly where he aimed. Directly receiving a legendary sharpshooter's skill set changed the entire game. With this mastery, encountering those zombie monsters would be an absolute breeze. No more frantic running, hiding, or desperate dodging like in the past. After digesting his massive rewards, he casually munched on some fruit. He opened his private chat. His reputation was growing. He fully expected other survivors to proactively seek him out to trade. Missing out on rare blueprints or precious train coins would be a tragedy. Then he saw a familiar name, Li Ziasheng, the guy from 3 stations ago. The man invited him to join an alliance. It sounded completely unreliable. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to accept the request anyway. Though they were vastly different people, the guy likely had train coins. Trading was fine as long as he kept his distance. Meanwhile, Li Ziasheng was busy. He was aggressively selling fishing rods when he noticed the acceptance. The arrogant leader assumed Yi Qian was reaching out because of desperation. Yi Qian cut straight to the point, asking if the rods were finished. Li Ziasheng dodged the question, asking if his high price was met. He even offered to give him a rod for free, with conditions. He just had to join the alliance and pay 5 kilograms of wood. Or he could pay 1 train coin to secure daily rations, the man ranted. He warned that individual supplies would run out soon. He pushed to build the strongest faction, while Yi Qian listened calmly. He finishes his fruit, then types back a simple ultimatum. Will he sell those rods or not? Li Ziasheng is not his only source. Another seller actually found a mechanical rod blueprint at the first station. So when Li stops responding, our survivor does not waste time waiting. He contacts the other merchant, Zhao Lin. The transaction goes incredibly fast. For 20 parts and a single biscuit, he buys the automated rod. This high-tech gear is fully automated. It is vastly superior to wood. He immediately triggers a sublimation, upgrading the device. This basic alluring mechanical fishing rod requires 0 bait to attract huge fish. Setting it aside, he accepts a quick friend request from Zhao Lin. Right at 12:30 p.m., a thunderous roar suddenly splits the gloomy sky. Safe inside his climate-controlled carriage, he watches the weather turn violent. Oppressive black clouds choke the sky. 1 giant raindrop falls. A torrential downpour immediately follows. The train speakers crackle. They declare an official thunderstorm day, warning that the next station is identical. It is pretty weird how wasteland storms can affect these station worlds, which usually feel like completely separate pocket dimensions. He checks his menu. He scans his crossroads of fate options for this upcoming 4th station. His choices are a level 3 Thunderstrike Goblin Hunting territory, or the level 3 Mistvale Manor, which is a mission station. Danger levels are rising fast. These constant goblin encounters feel incredibly personal. But he has absolutely no intention of entering a risky hunting zone. He picks the manor instead, despite his horrific memories of Doomsday Town. The train suddenly accelerates, plunging them straight into the dark void. Thunder swallows the locomotive as space dissolves around them. They have arrived. The docking countdown starts. 5 hours remaining. Hazard level is high. Outside, he spots a broken mountain highway in a relentless storm. Lightning flashes, illuminating a smoking police car surrounded by bodies. Zombies again, seriously, let's hope he is not facing another undead horde. Preparing for the worst, he inserts a train coin into little Wally. The tiny scouting robot wobbles straight out into the heavy rain. He checks his storage for fresh fruits, extra bullets, and supplies. Those special virus serums are basically high-grade healing potions, fully armed. With his firearms, daggers, protective vest, and the rare mithril cross, he steps out into the storm wearing a traded raincoat to investigate. The corpses are totally motionless. That is a massive relief, beside one. He spots a voice recorder mentioning a wealthy tycoon named Ravi. The man apparently died at Rainville Villa up on Davil Mountain. The police hated going there, but they wanted the daughter's cash. They even discussed framing the maid if they could not find anyone. Classic corrupt cops, this mystery seems like a pretty straightforward quest. He salvages 2 low-grade pistols and some ammo, tossing them straight back inside. The train carriage, useless junk, he takes the chief's badge instead. Armed with the chief's identification, he treks uphill for 15 minutes. He soon reaches the massive iron gates, where a nervous guard waits. His clever disguise was fortunately more than enough to convince the worried guard to let him inside. The man begged him to find the real killer, accusing the maid of everything. He explained that their master, Ravi, had died 4 nights ago. But they could not call for any help until 3 days ago due to the raging storm. It seemed like a locked room mystery, but he doubted a level 3 station was that simple. As they approached the castle, a blood-curdling scream echoed from high above. A female body plummeted through the dark air, crashing violently onto the lawn. In a sudden flash of lightning, he caught a glimpse of a monstrous, non-human shadow. The mithril cross on his chest began to burn hot in immediate response. An elderly butler rushed outside, while the panicked guard bolted straight into the dark night. The guard accused the old butler of being the killer before running away into the darkness. The butler just sighed, calling him chief and noting how surprisingly young he looked. He tossed the body of the maid into one of 5 pre-dug graves on the lawn. He invited him inside, but the feeling of being watched made his skin crawl. Once inside, he asked for hot water and quickly demanded the whole truth. The butler explained that after the master died 4 days ago, his children started fighting. The daughter was found dead the next morning, driving the guard mad. On the 3rd day, the young master died too, leaving the butler expecting his own end. That was why he dug all 5 graves. He warned him of the curse. He urged him to leave, but his bloodshot eyes under the flickering candlelight were terrifying. This mysterious case had clearly taken a very dark, supernatural turn. He gripped his cross, knowing he would have fled without it, then asked why he stayed. The butler gave a mournful smile and explained that he simply could not escape. The gates would not let him pass. He had even told the guard not to let anyone in. But it was too late now. He apologized, adding that if our hero became trapped here too, he would dig a grave for him as well. What did this curse actually mean? The old butler stood momentarily stunned, his gaze completely fixed on his face. Despite his youth, the old man saw no trace of the fear he expected to find. In complete disbelief, the butler asked him if he was truly not afraid. He simply stood up, his eyes tracking the wooden stairs spiraling into the dark upper floors. "Now watch," he calmly told the butler that he had forgotten to mention a tiny detail. Aside from being a police chief, he also worked part-time as a priest. Since things had reached this point, he explained that he would not leave easily. To prove his point, he pulled the holy mithril cross from his pocket. A gentle holy light erupted, immediately pushing back the heavy, oppressive darkness. The pure, brilliant glow made him look like a majestic messenger sent directly from the heavens. The old butler gaped in shock, rubbing his eyes as if seeing things. He stared as if looking at a miracle, completely losing his senses for a long moment. Even after the light faded and our hero cleared his throat, the butler just gasped. The old man gasped out a desperate plea to the heavens, declaring they were finally saved. With his priestly identity firmly established, the old butler wasted no time. He quickly shared the dark history. The original owner was a complete madman. This cruel master had once used his own maid as a scapegoat for his horrific crimes. He threw her to a corrupt police chief who tortured the poor woman endlessly. She was eventually executed. Following her tragic death, a curse swallowed the entire estate. An eternal storm of thunder and rain. When it finally cleared, everyone inside, including the corrupt police chief, had died an unnatural death. Over the next 30 years, the manor changed hands a dozen times, each owner meeting a violent end on a dark, rainy night. Ravi, the current owner, was a miser who never believed in ghosts. He saw a tax-free mansion at a bargain price and could not resist. Now the cycle was repeating. The rain, the cold isolation, and the sudden deaths. The butler noted the only difference this time was they had successfully reached him, hoping he could break the curse. He asked the butler where the first maid had died. He pointed toward the clock tower. At the highest point of the castle, his path was clear. This curse was likely a restless spirit bound to the very stone and soil. As long as his cross could overpower it, the mission was practically solved. He did not dwell on the possibility of failure. That thinking was pointless. He grabbed a simple oil lamp and followed the butler up the dark stairs. The castle was full of cold, damp echoes and the dripping of legs, but when they finally reached the clock tower, the cross in his palm began to pulse with sudden, intense heat. They had arrived. The butler shrank back, paralyzed by fear, so he braced himself and stepped into the tower alone. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt a dark presence lock onto him, rushing through the air. He did not panic. He simply told it to get lost as his holy cross unleashed a blinding, soft light. A piercing scream shattered the quiet night, followed by the sharp, metallic clang of something hitting the floor. He looked down to see a smooth, translucent skull resting right at his feet, wondering if that was actually it. He pinched his thigh to ensure he was not dreaming. But the pain was very real. He searched the room, finding absolutely nothing. It was over just like that, and honestly, it felt almost too easy. Looking at his cross, he realized he had heavily underestimated its ultimate power. For anyone else, this tower was a certain death trap, but his custom upgrade level 2 mithril cross changed the entire game, giving him a legendary weapon. He exhaled deeply and picked up the smooth, translucent skull. He would never leave a rare level 3 drop behind like that. When he emerged, the butler was white with sheer terror, but he calmly reassured him that the curse was broken, showing the skull as solid proof. The butler stammered his gratitude while the heavy storm outside continued. He knew the spirit had not caused this weather. The storm had likely birthed the spirit, since the manor seal was gone and he had decided to explore. After all, he had only been here for an hour. Since this was a wealthy home, he wanted to search it. Although there were no weapons or train coins, it had something better: real food. He was sick of dry biscuits and wanted a proper warm meal. The butler led him to a safe, presenting a priceless red gem. Ravi had found it in his youth. The butler strongly insisted he take it, adding that he could take whatever he wanted, pure music to his ears. He weighed the smooth gem, preparing to head down the mountain. But first he needed to restock his supplies. He raided the clean. He made round trips to the train every 20 minutes, carrying as much as possible. The butler, busy tying up the crazed security guard, looked completely startled. He was back for the third time. The butler asked about the curse. He casually joked that the almighty god was just hungry before his final run. On that final trip, the butler stopped him at the iron gate. Both bowed deeply. He handed over a ribbon-tied wooden box, admitting he did not care about the house. Leaving without this, no way. The butler would have deeply regretted that. Inside were 3 train coins. They served as a very special currency. They belonged to the Run Company, a name that shocked him to his core. So that creepy organization from Doomsday Town was not a one-off. He couldn't solve that mystery yet, so he returned to the train. Ditching his wet raincoat, he grinned at his massive pile of fresh food. He stored everything safely, then he fired up the grill. A thick premium steak was soon sizzling while he set up rainwater containers. Next, he organized his haul. That creepy skull was now purified. It was now a level 3 anti-evil object, while the ruby was level 1. He decided to sublimate the skull immediately, despite the heavy energy drain. His stamina plummeted, but in return, the skull began to transform. It became a perfectly smooth, glowing jade stone of level 4 quality. Total powerhouse, it nullified all evil spirits below its own rank. It absorbed incoming negative effects, with plenty of room to grow. That was a task for another day. He had 42 minutes left. He was enjoying his steak when a very familiar wobble echoed nearby. Out popped Wally, holding a bloodstained level 3 treasure chest. He patted his robotic head, promising some nice oil before he hibernated. No more lingering, he quickly commanded the train to depart. As they accelerated through the dark void, things got totally wild. Pure chaos, the station chat room erupted as people lost their minds. Monsters would now attack during the day, and newbie protection was gone. He completely ignored the frantic chatter about reaching level 3. Eat their words later, Station 4's death toll was actually lower. Only about 1,000 had died, but the panic was still palpable. He focused on the level 3 chest, using his remaining energy. After sublimating it to level 4, he grabbed another bite and waited. His last level 4 chest gave him the watchtower, raising his expectations. Fingers crossed, he hoped this new one was just as amazing. Then the familiar notification chimed as the level 4 chest popped open. Along with 8 train coins, he scored a safety bracelet and blueprints. There was a wind-up monkey doll bomb blueprint, all level 4. Plus, a mysterious item called a profane card fragment appeared. Scoring 2 level 4 blueprints in one go was a massive win. He eagerly examined his loot, starting with the Observer blueprint. It required wood, metal, mechanical parts, and electronic components. Once fully installed, it would act as an advanced security system. It would monitor every single inch of the train, sounding warning alarms. He detected a presence. The facility was excellent, though he still needed to scour the trading platform for electronic parts. The safety bracelet was far more straightforward, yet infinitely more vital. Its brief description promised to block one fatal attack before shattering. In this world, survival is the only currency that matters, and as he slid the bracelet onto his right wrist, a sudden sense of security washed over him. The monkey doll bomb, however, presented a serious hurdle. It required a massive amount of gunpowder, 400 grams per unit, considering 100 bullets only used 500 grams. That cost was steep, shaking his head at the frustration of holding blueprints without materials. He realized he had to take matters into his own hands and buy what he needed. His focus then shifted to the black and gold shard. It was only 1/3 of a whole, a profane card fragment. The system indicated he needed 3 to synthesize the full card. Though its ultimate function remained a mystery, it clearly was not something ordinary, and obtaining 2 more fragments would likely require finding more level 4 chests, a daunting task, even with his insane luck. Turning to the trading platform, he found the market as chaotic as ever. Small quantities and predatory pricing were the norm, and he had absolutely no intention of being played for a fool just because he had money. Truly capable Survivors were no longer just giving away essentials like gunpowder. If he wanted results, he had to speak directly to the masses, spending a single train coin to pin a message in the public chat. He offered a choice of a compressed biscuit and water or a fresh tomato for every 200 grams of gunpowder. He posted a similar request for electronic components, offering a bottle of water and a biscuit for every 10, while most survivors likely had water after the thunderstorm. His offer included the comfort of sweetness and the luxury of fresh produce. He had hauled 3 crates of tomatoes from the 4th Station Manor. Like ancient sailors, they were essentially on a long voyage. Where scurvy was a very real threat, the chat exploded immediately. Some were awestruck by the pinned message. Others were scandalized that he would spend a whole train coin just for visibility, and many were salivating over the mention of tomatoes. As he suspected, there were prepared individuals among the survivors. Within a short time, he completed 10 trades, securing 2 kilograms of gunpowder. He immediately went to work manufacturing his first batch of level 3 bullets. They felt heavier and far more significant than the low-level rounds he had started with. To test them, he fired a single shot from his black gloss pistol at a stack of scrap metal, where his old rounds would have simply pierced the target. This one blew the entire stack apart. Talk about massive damage, he marveled at the sheer intensity of the power increase. He quickly processed the rest of the gunpowder, storing 999 level 3 bullets in his special storage unit, ensuring he could access them even when away from the train. Soon his private messages began to flicker. All 3 of his contacts had reached out. Lee Shaojun was busy with his usual delusions of grandeur, suggesting they join forces to become the kings of conductors. He ignored him. Zhao Lin, the fishing rod seller, was looking to buy a gun with train coins, a partner worth. Next up was Shangyuan Yingsu. She asked about his train level, and he gave her a vague answer, simply stating he had just upgraded. She didn't press for details, but her interest quickly shifted to his newly acquired gunpowder. She wanted bullets, knowing she was one of the few who could actually afford a decent price. He offered 40 bullets for 1 train coin, a middle ground price she reluctantly accepted after some haggling. He did not stop there. He offered to sell her a level 2 exquisite sharpshooter rifle for 2 train coins, throwing in 10 extra bullets to sweeten the deal. She gritted her teeth and agreed, likely feeling as though he knew exactly how many coins she had in her pocket. As a final request, he asked her to use her blueprint to craft him a wooden bed, providing the materials himself. That trade was a massive win. He walked away with 3 more train coins and a proper place to sleep. The rifle was useless to him anyway, with his judgment of gunfire module. His handgun was more than enough for long-range targets. He then turned to Zhao Lin and sold him several sublimated level 2 rifles for 2 coins each, and even traded some bullets for 5 freshwater fish. His wealth had grown to 16 train coins. After acquiring the necessary electronic components, he built the observer device in the 3rd car. He also finally purchased the energy power generator blueprint for 6 coins. The materials were manageable, and once built, it ran on diesel, but he was not going to hunt for oil. So he triggers a sublimation. Let's see how this machine changes. It becomes an enchanted omnivorous power generator, capable of burning wood, metal, or coal to produce electricity. He tossed in a piece of wood, watched the battery level rise, and finally installed some electric bulbs. For the first time since arriving in this world, he lay in a real bed under the glow of electric light. The thunderstorm had passed, leaving the wilderness night lonely but quiet. He watched the darkness until he drifted off. The next morning, dazzling sunlight woke him. He stretched, enjoyed a white forest fruit for breakfast, and headed to the front cabin. The moment he stepped inside, a wall of stifling heat hit him like a physical blow. Talk about an absolute nightmare. The morning broadcast confirmed they had entered a hot wind day. The weather was shifting again, and though it didn't Mention a platform change, the temperature was already becoming quite dangerous. He retreated to the temperature-controlled car to wash his face, dreading the heat. It was a nuisance that the control system was only accessible in the sweltering front cabin, but he had no choice. He logged back into the chat room, finding it already bustling with the voices of survivors who had been forced to wake long before he was. In this heat, it seemed he was the only one who had managed to sleep in. The air inside the carriage was stifling, almost like a physical weight pressing down on his chest. He wiped the stinging sweat from his forehead and gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water, trying to ignore the frantic messages scrolling across the chat interface. People were losing their minds, screaming about the 40 degrees heat and the way the train had transformed into a literal metal oven. They talked about their mental and physical attributes dropping continuously, driven to the brink of insanity by the sun's relentless glare. His heart raced. Checking his interface, he noticed his physical stats were dipping. Hitting 98, his mind stayed at a steady 110, making him wonder if his constant diet of white forest fruits had gifted him some unique resilience others lacked. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered his train of thought. He looked outside and realized the warning device was already going off. Right out there, a pack of starving hyenas desperately chased his train, their ribs showing through mangy fur. At his current level 3 speed, they were no threat, but it bothered him that no system announcement had warned him this was not a timed event like the night survival phase. It was a completely random, sudden ambush. This was the new wilderness reality. Just then, a flashing notification on his private chat caught his attention. It was Jiao Lin, the creator of the automatic fishing rods, asking if he had run into monsters too. He confirmed it as the hyenas faded away. She sounded completely terrified, explaining that a massive swarm of birds had almost shattered her windows and she had barely made it out. By pushing her train to 35 kilometers per hour, she desperately needed upgrades, but was out of train coins, begging to trade fish for resources instead. Looking at her message, he felt only cold pragmatism. He had plenty of food and had zero interest in playing hero. He shut down her offer instantly. But she did not give up, pleading and revealing she had a unique talent called luck conservation, a bizarre cycle of alternating good and bad fortune. She had gotten incredibly lucky at a fish pond, but now she was terrified. Her next stop would be a nightmare before she could secure her train. Her talent was definitely wild, though he vastly preferred the absolute reliability of his own sublimation power. Still, this looked like a solid long-term investment. He asked what she needed. She requested 38 kilograms of wood, 22 kilograms of metal, and 14 mechanical parts. In return, he demanded her last treasure chest, plus 10 fish, specifically warning her not to try any cheap tricks. She agreed without hesitation, and with a quick flash, the trade went through. Inside her chest was a level 1 plant nutrient solution, while the other gear was pretty average. That liquid was exactly what he had been looking for. He immediately sublimated it twice, turning the basic liquid into a blessed plant elixir. He hurried to the back of his climate-controlled carriage and poured the glowing liquid directly onto his white forest tree. What happened next was completely mind-blowing. A brilliant white glow erupted, and the sapling shot up to the ceiling, its branches instantly heavy with fruit. Once the light faded, he possessed a level 4 blessed white forest tree, producing 3 fruits daily. Better yet, the harvest itself was upgraded to level 4, meaning he could eat them without any tedious prep work. He took a bite, savoring the rich sweetness he now possessed. 55 life-saving fruits safely stored away. As the quiet hours passed, he relaxed in his comfortable 22-degree sanctuary, eating a hot steak while everyone else struggled in the heat. His only real complaint was his warm beer. A working fridge was definitely his next target. Just 30 minutes remained before reaching the 5th stop, the crossroads of fate. appeared. To his surprise, both options were level 4. First, the Abyssal Back Cave, a heavy combat zone, or Mystic Bell Town. Mission stop. That combat label gave him pause. At level 4, his equipment advantage might not be enough to carry him through a direct confrontation. He decided to stick with what he knew, choosing the mission station. As the train accelerated into the void, the sun vanished, replaced by a quiet, snowy night. The train pulled into what looked like an utterly ordinary station. Following his routine, he activated Wally with a train coin and watched him wobble away. Just as he prepared to step off, the sound of approaching footsteps reached him. He drew his pistol, his judgment of gunfire module already calculating the trajectory based on the sound. Then a girl's voice called out. Clear and innocent, she called him Inspector, sounding incredibly relieved that he had finally arrived. He hesitated but opened the door, trusting that his defensive items would react if she were a threat. Standing on the platform was a petite girl of about 11 or 12, bundled in a white winter coat. She peered into the train with azure eyes and waved enthusiastically, claiming that a sister Nunn had promised a chief inspector would come to save them. He looked at her, searching for the catch. He asked her what her name was, and she answered with a bright, childlike smile that her name was Tina. It seemed his 5th mission had begun before he even stepped off the platform. Let's see if he follows this mysterious girl to find out what she really expects from an inspector. Tina blinked at him, her eyes filled with a plea so tangible it felt like a weight in the air. She asked if he was truly the inspector everyone had been waiting for, and he couldn't help but offer her a kind smile as he nodded. He reasoned that since she claimed the person arriving by train would be the inspector, and he was the only one here, it had to be him. She let out a joyful cheer and urged him to follow her quickly, but he asked her to wait a moment. He reached into his supplies and handed her an ordinary white forest fruit. The little girl took it without a trace of fear, and as she bit into it, she marveled at the sweetness. He just smiled, checking his gear one last time and donning the sanctuary cross before finally stepping onto the platform. After sealing the door and setting his warning tower to maximum sensitivity, he told the girl to lead the way to the people she mentioned. They left the unnaturally sterile station and entered a town dusted with a light, silent snow. There were no streetlights. The only beacon was a single lantern hanging above a church that looked uncannily like an upright train cab. The silence was heavy, and he could feel unseen eyes tracking their movement from the shadows. Whispers skittered through the dark, sending a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. He kept one hand on his black gloss pistol and the other near his cross, acutely aware that the station carried a danger rating far more severe than the others. Tina, however, skipped along, the only splash of color in a grayscale world, seemingly untouched by the oppressive atmosphere. When they reached the church, Tina beckoned him inside, announcing that everyone had been waiting forever. He paused at the base of the jade white steps before telling her to go in first. As she pushed the doors open, a flood of dim light reveals hundreds of townspeople packed inside, heads bowed in deep prayer. At the front stands a golden-haired nun. She wears pitch black. A dark book is in her hands. Tina announces his arrival. Silence instantly falls. The air turns completely quiet. Suddenly, like puppets sharing a single string, every head snaps up. Hundreds of cold eyes lock directly onto him. He doesn't flinch. His hand is ready on his pistol. Safety clicked off. One wrong move means a bullet for her, but she just smiles warmly, telling everyone to stay calm before sending Tina off to fetch something. While the prayers resume, the smiling nun approaches him with a small box. He raises his weapon straight at her forehead, warning her to stay back. Answers are what he demands. This whole town is wrong, making his skin crawl. Her pure calmness is terrifying. She stops, setting the box on the floor. Inside lies a black and gold shard, a fragment of a blasphemy card. Praying quietly over it, she looks up with that ever-present smile of hers. According to her, only those defying gods can enter this place. She calls him the inspector, or maybe a blasphemer. Creepy, right? Asking which stop this is for him, his cross remains dead silent. Warning or not, he needs to run. He chuckles coldly at her. He says only fools stay put, then bolts back toward the station. She screams for the townspeople to stop him. Instantly, the praying residents change. They transform into sprinting hunters, moving with impossible, supernatural speed. This is a total nightmare. He fires a clean shot at the leader. The nun's voice echoes all around him, mocking his desperate defense. She claims his bullets are useless, and a novice like him cannot win. Her smug look vanishes. She feels her connection to the puppet snap. His level 3 armor-piercing bullets are actually tearing them apart. Thanks to his judgment of gunfire module, his targeting is completely effortless. He drops them one by one, gaining distance. Escape looks totally possible. Then a quiet sigh chills him to the bone. He freezes. The nun suddenly stands right in his path, just steps from the train. She teleported instantly, looking as if she had been waiting there forever. Her voice carries surprise that his level 3 train could beat her creations. Just then his defense tower activates, but black chains whip out instantly. The chains bind his weapons. His ultimate defense is completely useless. He is hopelessly outmatched. He tries to bluff, asking her to play nice. But she smiles and softly reassures him she has no desire to hurt. He slumps down, defeated. There's no escaping a master of space and chains. She introduces herself as she, gently pulling him back up to his feet. Her slender, beautiful figure looks completely harmless. Do not let that fool you. Back inside, she shoves the terrifying blasphemy card straight into his hands. He tries to decline the dangerous gift, but she just laughs it off. She asks how a sweet, innocent nun like her could possibly hurt anyone. His doubts grow, especially when she casually reaches down to make her point. With one hand, she effortlessly crushes the skull of one of her puppets. That head required his absolute best ammo. He quickly promises to behave. To throw the card away, she then asked him what his talent was, and though he remained silent, she claimed she wasn't actually curious. She was a pretty strange woman, constantly shifting between holy grace and sudden, erratic frustration. She grew annoyed when he didn't ask any questions, teleporting right in front of him and crushing another puppet's skull just to prove a point. He hurriedly rattled off a string of questions to satisfy her, but she just covered his mouth, telling him to pick just one. She eventually sat cross-legged on a bench and finally revealed that she was a senior of sorts, having arrived in this world 20 years ago. She explained that she was sealed here by someone who erased the station from all records, making it impossible for high-level trains to ever find her. Only a low-level train like his could enter, but it shouldn't have been able to reach this platform. She figured his special talent was the reason he had found her. And she warned him never to reveal his abilities, or that blasphemy card to anyone. If others found out, they would come for his life and he'd end up trapped just like her. He stared at the card desperately, wishing she would take it back. It felt like an absolute death sentence, no joke. She's cold eyes made it clear he was stuck with it. He asked her directly if she was actually among the first batch of survivors to arrive in this world. Since it seemed she didn't actually intend to kill him, that paralyzing fear he felt earlier began to fade. He decided to just be bold and clarify what he needed to know. After all, a senior who had survived here for over 20 years had to possess knowledge far beyond his own. She shook her head, explaining there were quite a few batches of survivors before her time, though she noted they rarely encountered them. When he asked why, she snapped her fingers, and several black chains materialized out of thin air, assembling themselves into a spectral train track. She reminded him that the world they were in is infinite, and that all stations represent entirely different worlds. Back in her era, a powerful man wanted to measure the sheer vastness of the Wilderness, he united the strongest conductors of that age to collect resources and boosted his train's speed to levels even she found hard to imagine. She clicked her tongue as if recalling some terrifying number. She mentioned that the man had a module, asking if he knew about them yet, explaining that her chains were a module as well. She described them as magic or sci-fi weapons, the best way for a conductor to enhance their power, but she looked at him and noted that, as a level 3 conductor, obtaining modules wouldn't be easy, as they usually only appear in level 5 or higher treasure chests or after specific upgrades. Then she gave him a scrutinizing gaze, asking if he had already obtained a module for his upgrade options, since he shot so accurately. Earlier, he could only chuckle sheepishly in response. He had indeed obtained module, but it wasn't for marksmanship. It was the early departure privilege. He asked what happened to that man and if he ever successfully measured the world. She remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. She told him the man died. He had traveled at that unimaginable speed for a full year, without ever encountering another train in the wilderness. One day, his friends' avatar simply grayed out, signaling his death and the destruction of his train. She adds that his death actually mattered because he traveled a whole year completely alone. This proves the wilderness consists of separate, isolated worlds. Unless a sector hits a certain population threshold, they never meet. Suddenly, she whips out a lollipop and pops it in her mouth. She casually asks if he wants one, but he politely declines the offer. She grins, telling him he is welcome because she was not sharing anyway. It was her absolute last one. Standing up, she removes her nun hat. She is clearly done with the topic, changing the subject entirely. Shea offers to answer just one final question before sending him off alone. He is still too weak. Knowing too much now would only cause overthinking. But then, contradicting herself, she produces another candy. Without waiting for him to speak, she shoves it directly into his mouth. It tastes incredibly sweet, followed by a sharp, cooling, bitter aftertaste. Instantly, his lingering exhaustion from the previous escape melts away. He calls her out for lying about only having one sweet left. She simply laughs, saying the prettier a woman is, the better she lies. Crunching the candy, he finally asks his final question about the Run Company. He details everything he witnessed back in Doomsday Town and Rain Dale. Shea looks genuinely confused. She has never heard of such a company. However, if they exist across multiple stations, they must be highly influential. They are likely a group established by former train conductors, veterans who grew tired of risking their lives and chose to settle down. With their time running extremely short, she offers to show him her personal train. She claps her hands, and little Tina comes running from the shadows. The girl happily swings his hand, thanking him for saving them earlier. Shea casually drops a bombshell. Tina is actually her finest puppet creation. He rubs his eyes. The kid looks completely like a real human. He even pokes her soft cheek, wondering if she was once alive. A dark thought crosses his mind. Is Shea some kind of sealed demoness? He realizes he better stay on her good side to avoid becoming her puppet. Suddenly, the ancient church begins to tremble and shake violently. Shea leads Tina to the prayer platform, commanding her system to prepare. Glowing light screens flash everywhere. He watches in a complete daze. This massive church is her actual locomotive. She tosses him a black box. It is a reward for unlocking this world, designed perfectly for his low level. The cathedral finishes its insane transformation into a massive train engine. Black tracks materialize beneath the wheels. In an instant, they are gone. They arrive at the outer station. The terrifying speed leaves him speechless. Seriously, his own slow train feels like a snail next to this. Shea is a level 57 conductor, a legendary rank in her era. While conductor levels keep climbing, items and chests cap out at 12. As she configures the controls, she reaches over and pokes his cheek. She gives him one final warning: never let go of the blasphemy card. He senses zero malice in her voice, only a strange, teasing warmth. He promises to keep it safe, and she urges him to synthesize it. She told him it was time, hinting at the massive benefits his own train would soon bring. It was time for her to depart. Staying aboard his train forever would just get dull, she claimed. So she invited him to explore the land until the docking countdown finally ran out. She even gave him permission to recycle any houses in town however he pleased. Her final request was for him to burn the entire place to the ground after her departure. She never wanted to see the town that had kept her imprisoned for 15 long years. Little Tina took his hand, gently telling him it was time to disembark. She was incredibly cute. He could not help but pat her head, remembering how much she loved white forest fruit. He pulled out 10 blessed fruits for her, and the rich aroma immediately caught Xi's attention. He heard Xi muttering to herself about his rare blessing aura. She wondered how a mere level 3 train could possess such high-quality carriages. She seemed fascinated by his talent while he carried his gift box outside. Standing there, he saw the full majesty of her level 57 train, the Night Angel. It was a striking black and white masterpiece of 18 carriages, each radiating pure luxury. It made his own 2-car train look like a total wreck, sparking a wave of envy. But hey, he swore to himself that he would surpass her one day. Suddenly, a friend request from her popped up. He desperately wanted to hit decline, but a forced message with a playful face made it clear he had no choice. Choosing survival, he accepted the request, but sneakily edited her contact name. He changed it to Golden Retriever, but she caught him instantly. She called him a good boy, warning him that she could now track him anywhere. He quickly changed her nickname to Evil Woman Golden Retriever. The Night Angel's engines roared, shaking the earth as fireworks lit up the sky. She bit into a new lollipop, announced her departure, and the train vanished. The massive train slipped into the void, leaving Mystic Bell Town in total silence. He looked at her gift, a level 9 safety box, a 2x2 cube of absolute security. It was completely impervious to any damage, leaving him stunned by her immense generosity. Even empty, the box was worth a fortune, making him quickly edit her contact name. He changed her nickname to Beautiful Kind-Hearted Lady, then pressed his thumb to the center. He wanted to bind the container and see his loot, and the system notification flashed. The binding process was officially complete. He opened the safety box immediately. It categorized his haul into neat slots, showing 1 flame stone and 10 kilograms of gold, 10 kilograms of mithril, and finally, 3 vibrant lollipops. And honestly, talk about a system that values quality over raw quantity. Everything stayed perfectly organized. Looking at these legendary materials, a wave of relief hit him. These were exactly the rare resources he needed to upgrade his train to level 4. Without his rare sublimation talent, securing a flame stone this early was practically impossible. She clearly had no idea about his secret abilities, meaning her gift was a major boon. A massive strategic boost indeed, but the colorful candy was what drew his eyes. Upon closer inspection, his system identified them with a shocking description. These were Xi's healing lollipops, a level 8 masterpiece crafted by the Dark Nun. Consuming just one would generate a powerful protective shield against incoming damage. It would instantly mend wounds and restore stamina, accompanied by a clear note. As long as he was breathing, these sweets would ensure he stayed alive. Suddenly, his system chimed as a message from Xi popped up, asking if he liked. This surprise serves as a heavy reminder. Jumping from level 3 to level 4 is a major threshold. For most newcomers, flame stones are incredibly rare and do not show up until the 10th station, meaning she saved him. Weeks of grueling struggle, she warned him not to snack on those lollipops casually, urging him to stay alive long enough to finish the blasphemy card, reading her words. He felt a complex wave of gratitude, even if he did not strictly need the head start. He appreciated the gesture. He whispered a quiet thank you to The empty carriage, if he ever found another fragment of that legendary card. He would stop at absolutely nothing to claim it. He could not help but wonder what power would unleash if ever completed. Honestly, the possibilities are endless. Meanwhile, far away in the deep wilderness, the night angel thundered forward. Shea stood at her prayer platform, eating some fruit while staring at a horizon that never seemed to change. A message arrived from a mysterious contact, expressing deep surprise at her return after 15 years. Shea simply replied that fate had carved a new path and her only goal now was retribution. Asked about the run company, Shea expressed absolute disdain, only to be told that the Heavenly Organization's inspectors had already vanished completely, back in Mystic Bell Town. The clock was ticking. He spent the remaining 20 minutes dismantling the house Shea left behind. Though the manual labor was grueling, he still managed to salvage a decent haul of wood, metal, and mechanical parts, though only about a tenth of the original materials could be saved. Shea had designed the safety box to store entire carriages, which was a massive relief, but time was against him. When the countdown hit the final 10 minutes, he had to abandon the rest. He checked his haul: 645 kilograms of wood, 770 kilograms of metal, over 500 parts, gold and mithril. This was easily enough for a standard upgrade, but he had a different gamble in mind. As Wally wobbled back toward him carrying a strange metal cube, curiosity finally won out. The system identified it as a level 4 treasure chest. He ran his fingers over its cold surface, wondering if Shea left this for him, or if it was just part of the town's hidden loot. He considered waiting until he could sublimate it to level 5, but a strange, nagging resistance held him back. His stamina and mental energy were peaking, yet something felt fundamentally blocked. He realized that past level 4, everything from chests to structures resisted his talent. He refused to plateau here. If the talent itself was the bottleneck, then he would simply have to change the talent. He popped one of those healing lollipops into his mouth, feeling his stamina instantly surge back to full in an instant, and placed his hand on the chest. Instead of targeting the box, he turned his power inward. You know what? He's sublimating his own sublimation talent. The entire world flashed blood red. Blinding screens of warning text appeared as a massive energy surge shrouded the train. Conductors across the entire sector felt a sudden tremor of primal fear. Amidst the chaos of the flashing red light, his consciousness completely faded to black. He drifted in a void, vaguely aware of distorted system warnings. An error was unfolding at the crossroads of fate. Something tried to correct a selection, then failed completely. A countdown started 5 seconds, 4, 3. Before the timeout hit, the system randomly he locked in the destination, Hope Valley, a brutal level 4 slaughter station. The train rocketed through the dark void as more system errors began cropping up. A mysterious force was attempting to sabotage his departure, trying to set the countdown to infinity to trap him forever, but the train system fought back, actively purging the interference and resetting the clock. The new timer was 10 hours, extremely dangerous. In the quiet of the train, his consciousness finally started to return. The engine had already been idling for 10 minutes. When harsh sunlight suddenly cut through the window and hit him directly in the eyes, it woke him up. The blinding glare forced him to look around. Completely dazed, through the glass, vast stretches of thick forest filled his entire view. Clearly, this was no longer wild land, but a platform station. As clarity returned, memories of the moments before he passed out rushed in. He glanced down. An ironclad chest was sitting quietly right at his feet. It was a level 5 container, meaning his reckless plan had actually worked. He had pulled off that incredibly risky stunt of self-sublimation. Quickly opening his interface, he checked his talent panel. There it was. The sublimation info had changed to display the crucial words, "ignores resistance." That was all the proof he needed. He had actually succeeded. A faint, confident smirk appeared on his face as he glanced toward the sentinel tower at the top of the train, that frustrating barrier that kept him from upgrading items past level 4 was entirely gone. The shackles on his talent were finally shattered. Yet keeping his cool, he warily scanned the immediate area. He remembered hearing bizarre noises while drifting in and out. Realizing this random destination was a slaughter platform, the worst possible place. He had no real clue how slaughter differed from a standard hunt. Having never set foot on a hunting platform before, but the mystery faded fast when he checked the train logs. His mood darkened instantly. Replaced by cold dread, there had been a massive system breach. Someone had actively tampered with his arrival point and stay duration. Even though the train system purged the hack, the countdown was brutal. He rubbed his eyes to make sure, 10 hours, it was real. Trapped in an extremely dangerous zone for 10 long hours. Even though his standard stop time was usually only 5. An unknown entity was clearly trying to bury him here forever. While the train system had proven trustworthy by clearing the interference. This put him in a terrible spot. His only real hope was his VIP early departure card. Talk about worst-case scenario, 7 hours left. He took a slow, deep breath to steady his racing thoughts. Since there was no escape, he had to open that level 5 chest. Hoping the loot could overwhelm this threat, as the heavy lid popped. The rewards materialized, 10 train coins, 2 system modules, and 2 level 5 items. He activated the modules immediately, realizing they were not physical cards and could not be upgraded. The system bind module was incredibly useful, permanently relocating his control base. Stations functions directly to him. No longer would he be inconvenienced by running all the way back to the locomotive to identify items or check his stats. The in-station launch module was equally vital, letting him move the train to specific target locations inside the station, costing just 1 train coin per hour. Next, he turned his attention to the Golden Strike card, a level 5 item that could boost the power of his next attack 5 times over, but he wanted to push it even further. Activating his talent, he felt a heavy drain on his stamina and spirit. Still, the cost of self-sublimation was surprisingly lower than before. The card transformed into a level 6 golden critical card, capable of multiplying his attack power by 50 times. The idea of using such a massive jump on an enemy was enticing. Just think about it, absolute madness. He tucked it away, relieved he was not helpless against formidable beasts. He then picked up the ever-accurate pocket watch. Though a watch seemed like a simple reward for a level 5 item, this piece was stunning, crafted from pure white materials with ornate golden patterns and gemstone hands. It would provide the absolute most precise time in any spacetime, making it a handy tool to keep. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the quiet. He whipped around to look and saw crimson blood pooling in a clearing among the trees. The corpse of a dog-like monster clutching a dagger in its jaws bobbed to the surface of the blood. The sentinel tower's reveal ability had caught it, but the death of this single creature was only the beginning. The tower flared red. Locking rings appeared on the ground. Monsters began charging out of the forest toward the train in a relentless wave. Gunfire became a constant roar as the sentinel tower went to full power, precisely targeting and killing every beast that entered the 100-meter forbidden zone. He breathed a slight sigh of relief seeing the defense hold, though his heart grew heavy with every shot. If he had not possessed that sentinel tower and its reveal ability, he would have been torn to pieces by monsters sneaking aboard the train already. He found himself wondering about the true nature of this platform. In this world, the difference between hunting and slaughter was razor-thin, truly razor-thin. While hunting meant killing the enemy, slaughter meant being the helpless target waiting to be butchered. This ambush was clearly designed by that unknown interference to ensure he died in this forest. He sat in the quiet of his carriage, staring at the monitors with cold, unwavering resolve. Whoever wanted him dead was going to be sorely disappointed. He had already decided that no matter how dangerous this place claimed to be, it was still just a level 4 platform. He was far from helpless as the initial wave of slaughter began to taper off and the monster's desperate siege finally ceased. He climbed onto the train roof. Reaching out, he touched the warning device that was still hot from firing, deciding that a level 5 defense should be more than enough to handle a level 4 station. He initiated a sublimation, watching his spirit drop from 90 to 40, but the results were instantaneous and successful. The device transformed into a sentinel guard, and the massive jump in power was undeniable. It could now be armed with up to 9 different weapons and was capable of appearing anywhere on the train, extending its surveillance range to a full 150 meters. The upgraded weapon now automatically locks onto any hostile targets and dispels their illusions or stealth, even gaining the rare ability to briefly detach and pursue threats. Best of all, he can trigger over-limit mode with a single train coin to double its attack speed if things grow truly desperate. However, he is not done with these upgrades. His level 4 installations are not limited to the roof, so he moves to the third carriage, where the surveillance device sits idle. It has seen little use while the sentinel handles everything outside. But he knows he must prepare for the worst, because the sentinel's eyes do not cover the train's interior. If a monster manages to bypass the external detection, this monitor is his final defense. He pours 40 points of stamina and 10 of spirit into it, successfully sublimating it into an illusion surveillant. It is now capable of monitoring every corner of the train, sounding alarms and releasing disorienting illusions to trap any intruder. After 3 consecutive sublimations, a deep, heavy exhaustion settles over him, yet he forces himself forward, returning to the lead carriage to gather both the mithril cross and the pure earthbound stone. While the mechanical sensors handle physical threats, these 2 items will be his shield against anything supernatural. He knows the pure earthbound stone still has untapped potential for one final upgrade, but with his energy so depleted, he must be patient and wait for recovery. He dons his bulletproof armor and tightens his grip on his black gloss pistol, preparing as thoroughly as possible. Seriously, you would not want to stand in his way now. Before settling in, he remembers one more thing and activates Wally. Since he is already trapped here, it would be a waste not to gather whatever resources he can. With his preparations finally complete, he realizes he is absolutely starving. He takes meat and vegetables from storage and sets up a grill just outside the train, preparing a quiet lunch amidst the occasional sound of distant gunfire. After being unconscious for an entire day, he feels he truly deserves a proper meal. While the food sizzles, he checks the system logs and is surprised to find several updates following the completion of the 5th station. The restrictions on private trading and listing items on the trading platform from within a station are finally lifted. Now he can list up to 5 items at once. Excellent news, though he feels a brief pang of regret for missing the trading window while out cold. Suddenly, his private chat interface begins to flicker with messages from his contacts. Shangguan Yingzhu reaches out first, asking if he had felt the tremors. Her abrupt apology afterward leaves him puzzled about what happened during his blackout. Zhao Lin also messages him, thanking him for help with her upgrade and sharing a photo of the snack shop she reached for her 6th station. He feels a flicker of envy at her pile of snacks and alcohol, but remains skeptical of her luck conservation talent. After all, good luck is always shadowed by inevitable misfortune. For all he knows, she might end up in a place like this next. Finally, he sees a message from Li Zio Sheng, still peddling his empty alliance and claiming he will be the first to reach a level 3 train. He offers future help in exchange for his weapons, but the That proposal was nothing but a hollow promise from a guy acting like some shady corporate boss. Remembering that fishing rod trick, he knew the guy was a complete waste of time. He promptly deleted him from his contacts. As he scrolled through those names, he noticed several had turned gray, signifying destroyed trains and lost lives. It was a harsh reminder of Xi's warnings. He cleared the dead chats and requested a trade for some gunpowder in the public chat. Only 2,453 survivors remained out of the 10,000. Replies came in incredibly slow, probably because many were still exploring without the system modules that let them access the network away from their trains. That actually worked in his favor, meaning his trade post wouldn't get buried. An hour passed after docking. Thanks to the Sentinel's efficiency, the 150-meter area was now a localized sanctuary. He sat there eating grilled meat, a white forest fruit, and an iced beer traded from Zhaolin. For a moment, it felt almost like a scenic forest vacation, and he happily ignored that faint, metallic scent of blood in the air. Once he finished his meal, his mind began to clear up. He realized that even though this platform demanded only passive defense, he didn't have to just sit there doing nothing. The monster corpses piled up by his sentinel guards were perfect resources, not just eyesores. If he could collect and recycle them at the processing station, they would surely yield great rewards. He moved right away to get started. He bought a massive bamboo basket on the trade market, ran some ropes threw it to sling it over his shoulders, then tied a sharp dagger to a wooden pole, creating a makeshift harvesting tool. In the quiet moments after his sentinels finished off a wave of beasts, he rushed out to drag those carcasses back to the train. One by one, level 2 blackhorn hunting dogs, level 3 swift fear snakes, and level 3 assassin lizards went straight into the processing station. The total harvest was huge. He obtained 10 portions of dog meat, 5 of snake meat, and 10 of lizard meat. Along with the food, he recovered special materials like assassin lizard skin, which slightly reduced his presence when carried, and a corrosive hunting dog dagger. He picked up the pace, roaming within the 150-meter safety zone. He knew that as long as he stayed inside the Sentinel's range, these beasts couldn't touch him. Honestly, this whole challenge was feeling more like a massive jackpot than a threat, since his level 5 Sentinel guards proved utterly dominant against any level 4 beast or lower, even when an occasional swarm of monsters tried to breach the perimeter. Activating the overlimit mode was enough to wipe them out completely. Between his automated defenses and his own skills as a marksman, backed by that judgment of gunfire module and armor-piercing rounds, this forest became his personal hunting ground. He knew his gear was powerful enough to shatter even Xi's strongest puppets, so these flesh and blood beasts stood zero chance. But after 5 hours of constant combat, a major problem finally showed up: his remaining ammo. He started this fight with almost 1,000 rounds, but despite perfect accuracy, fewer than 400 remained, and as the sky starts to darken, the monsters grow increasingly cautious. The sight of their dead pack and the metallic stench of blood in the air serve as a warning, keeping them hovering right outside his death zone, as if waiting for a change. He pulls out his fancy, gemstone-studded pocket watch to check the time. It is 6:12 p.m. With night falling, he refuses to push his luck. Deeper in the woods, he sparks a campfire and prepares a fresh cut of snake meat, skewering it over the fire. He has gathered 810 kilograms of meat, safely locked in his storage carriage, where its unique properties will prevent rotting. While the meal roasts, he pulls up his system screen to check the global chat. The survivor count has already plunged to 2,044. It seems the 6th station took many lives. While he was busy, the chat is a wild storm of absolute panic. As people realize the next night event is here, talk about terrifying. Many are terrified, still stuck with basic, level 1 trains and no resources. To hit the 40 kilometers per hour speed needed to survive, he watches as desperate souls beg for metal and parts, offering up all their food and water just to survive the night. Some point toward Li Shaoqiang's powerful alliance, but the reality is brutal. He charges sky high prices, demanding a train coin for a mere 15 kilograms of metal. His lackeys swarm the chat, defending the monopoly and claiming only he is brave enough to sell materials, even while hiking the cost to 10 kilograms per coin. Looking at the 2,000 surviving conductors, he calculates that a tenth of them are still trapped behind that level 1 threshold, whether through bad decisions or pure bad luck. They are desperate enough to spend anything to close the gap. He currently holds 16 train coins, but knows future upgrades will be incredibly expensive if there is a chance to make more. He is not letting it slip away. He drafts a message to send, offering 30 kilograms of metal or wood or 20 mechanical parts per coin. His rates are much more reasonable than Li Shaoqiang's, and he states clearly that stock is limited and terms are strictly non-negotiable. The reaction is immediate. Some call him a total parasite, but most recognize a steal. Desperate conductors quickly flood his private inbox, while Li Shaoqiang's loyal dogs try to ruin his name, only to be shut down by players grateful for a fair deal. He ignores the petty squabbles completely. His listings on the market screen sell out in a heartbeat, instantly boosting his savings by 10 train coins. Meanwhile, the chat room remains an absolute madhouse, packed with voices begging for more material. Listings as a constant stream of private messages completely floods his screen. He decides to post another batch of items, but the yield is incredibly low, bringing in only 3 train coins. It is not that demand has died down, but simply that almost nobody has any coins left. Treasure chests are becoming an extreme luxury in this brutal world. Thinking about his own journey, he realizes that without Wally's specialized help, the only chest he probably would have ever uncovered was that first one from the armory. No chests mean no coins, and no coins mean lagging behind on vital train upgrades. Surviving the next night, it was a cycle of certain death for many, but he reminded himself that it had nothing to do with him. He couldn't save everyone. Listing materials was purely a business play to squeeze out remaining coins. To him, if a conductor couldn't manage a basic upgrade after 6 stations, they simply weren't cut out for this hell. As he scanned the desperate pleas for trades, he noticed a clear pattern. Almost none of them offered anything of value to prove they were worth the effort. Then, a message from someone named Pang Wenxuan stood out. He claimed to have only 1 blueprint left and was desperate for 30 kilograms of metal to save his train. Blueprints always warranted a look, though he found it weird that no one else had bought it. He asked what it was, and the man sent a reply filled with frantic gratitude. The man sent over the details for a level 1 wooden bow. Our guy instantly regretted his curiosity. No wonder the man couldn't make a sale. An age of guns and crossbows, who on Earth still used a regular bow? It demanded raw skill and serious strength, unlike the simple point and shoot firearms. And that was without even factoring in arrows. Still, a blueprint was a blueprint. While useless to the masses, it held massive potential for him. He agreed to the deal. Pang Wenxuan literally wept with joy, calling him a good person. He just shook his head at that. A good person. Honestly, in a world like this, being called good felt like an insult. He didn't care about the promise of repayment. This was likely a final farewell. If the guy was only just reaching level 2 now, the game would likely swallow him whole. Once the transaction wrapped up, he turned to his real objective: sublimation. This trash tier level 1 blueprint could become something truly formidable once he got his hands on it. He channeled a tiny bit of spirit into it, watching the bow evolve into a level 2 black hardwood bow. The recipe required 10 kilograms of wood and a little fiber. He crafted it instantly, then pushed it even further. With another 10 spirit points, the weapon transformed into a level 3. Floral enchanted wooden bow. It was a strange, beautiful weapon adorned with gorgeous patterns. The weapon could consume spirit to generate its own homing arrows. He drew back the string, watching a pale pink arrow form out of nowhere, and fire, completely skewering a distant monster with devastating power. The damage rivaled his armor-piercing rounds, but he still preferred firearms. Regardless, this enchanted bow would fetch an absolute fortune if he chose to sell it. He began scanning through the flood of unread private messages on his screen, ignoring the desperate pleas of strangers, charging a train coin for 30 kilograms of scrap already proved he was no saint, but he kept his friends' messages separate, spotting one from Shangyuan Yingsu. She was hunting for bullets and had plenty of gunpowder to trade, perfect timing. He offered her 10 level 3 bullets for every 500 grams of gunpowder, covering the metal components himself. She agreed instantly, asking for a flat 100 rounds. She really must have stockpiled a lot. Honestly, he was quite surprised she had stockpiled this much gunpowder. It meant she was handing over enough raw material to craft 1,000 bullets. Trading with her was a real delight, and with the deal done, he gets to work at the processing station. Any worries he had about ammunition levels for the station vanished as he loaded fresh rounds into his sentry guns, ensuring maximum security, watching the snake meat sizzle over the grill, oil dripping and salt sparkling. He taps out a message to her, asking about the tremor she mentioned earlier and explaining that he had been unconscious yesterday. After getting badly hurt at the station, she seemed shocked, apologizing for thinking he was ignoring her. She described the tremor that hit around 5:50 p.m. the previous day as something terrifying, like primal fury. He notes the time. It was exactly when he had left Mystic Bell Town. He thanks her for the information and asks if she found anything good at her last station. She sends over a screenshot of a level 2 frost stone, an item capable of freezing liquids in a container. She offers it to him for 60 bullets or 2 train coins, and he finds himself considering the luxury of a cold drink in this scorching heat. This is truly a prize of immense value. Without a dedicated water tank, high temperatures in this wasteland will cause any stored water to spoil and rot with alarming speed, but if he can maintain the temperature at the freezing point, that decay can be delayed indefinitely, beyond mere survival. Thus, luxury of this item during a heatwave is undeniable. After all, who could possibly resist an ice-cold beer while the world outside is scorching? Can you blame him? Realizes he almost overlooked a key asset, so he returns to the train compartment and begins rummaging through his stored blueprints until he finds his target. He obtained this from the upgrade options after his very first train enhancement, although he only constructed it once. Its necessity in this world is absolute. He immediately thinks of Shangyuan Yingshu, that woman who seems to have an inexplicable, almost elemental connection with water. She would likely love this. He sends over the description of the basic water tank and asks if she wants to buy it. She is interested, immediately asking how many train coins it would cost. He tells her to. She hesitates, protesting that she does not have that many and asking if she can buy it on credit, especially since she thinks 2 coins is expensive for a basic tank. He tells her she can trade other items instead, but as for credit, he asks her what she honestly thinks of that idea. Shangyuan Yingshu clearly knows credit is a fantasy in this world. After a moment of hesitation, she makes her move, offering an ice condensation pearl instead. He is internally stunned. She agreed just like that. She did not even try to bargain. He pats the iron frame of a basic water tank, knowing that, to put it bluntly, this thing is just a lump of iron with a few special functions. The blueprint only cost him 1 train coin, yet he is effectively about to sell a single unit for a value of 3. Talk about a massive profit margin. When she asks if he is uninterested, he tells her the trade is acceptable and to wait a moment. If she is willing to pay that much, he certainly is not going to refuse. He takes the blueprint and the necessary materials to the processing station and begins crafting. A brand new water tank materializes just as her trade request arrives. He accepts and the exchange is complete. He picks up the ice. He weighed the condensation pearl in his hand, thinking this wasn't bad at all. He planned to buy some beer and drinks from Zio Lin later, though he really couldn't help but wonder if she would even survive until the next stop. But first, the sublimation. He felt his spirit drop from 104 down to 84. The pearl transformed to level 3, condensing water into ice and manipulating its shape. The description intrigued him, making him wonder if he could finally wield real power. He cleared his throat, struck what he thought was a suitably impressive pose, and prepared to act. He pointed the ice vein pearl at the water tank, summoning an ice sword. The fresh water inside hummed, slowly condensing into a long sword of pure ice. He reached out to grab the hilt, but the absolute moment his fingers brushed against it. The blade instantly shattered, 1,000 useless shards of absolute garbage. He expected to be casting epic magic, but this was nothing but a total, absolute letdown. Still, he didn't feel too bad since he basically got the pearl for free. Meaning no real harm was done, so he pulled up the chat interface once again. And his gaze fell directly upon the floral enchanted wooden bow resting quietly beside him. He hesitated a moment before sending a screenshot of the weapon to Shangyuan Yingsu, offering it for 4 train coins or something of equal value. She seemed to freeze at the offer, replying that she was broke and the price was high. He countered confidently, telling her that it was not expensive at all for this tier. The level 3 weapon completely outclassed any monster they had faced. He reminded her she could always trade items of equal value instead. She sounded pretty resentful, asking why he hadn't mentioned the bow earlier. If he had offered it from the start, she wouldn't have wasted resources on bullets. He shamelessly maintained the act, claiming he only just remembered it, and pointed out that she was the one who asked for bullets first. He added that if she couldn't trade, he would simply find another buyer right away. He was still probing her limits, compared to the struggling Zio Lin. Shangyuan Yingsu seemed far luckier, being the first conductor to upgrade her train. She definitely had some decent loot stashed away from her travels. He asked if she found anything else in that treasure chest besides the pearl she got. He casually added that he wasn't hinting she should trade those items. His words must have stung, because her urge to delete him was incredibly strong right now. She probably wondered if he really thought she was that desperate. It was just a level 3 weapon, so it wasn't like she absolutely needed it. And yet a screenshot suddenly appeared right on his screen. A level 2 item consuming 2 spirit points to predict the weather. She made it clear that if he wouldn't settle for this, they were completely done. She had offered everything she could, but this wasn't out of desperation. A level 3 weapon was simply too big of a temptation to ignore, especially for someone who was still navigating with a level 2 train. He replied immediately, deciding to finally lock in the deal. He told her that since they were close trading partners, he would do her a favor. Despite his cool response, he was absolutely beaming with joy inside. He literally took a basic blueprint, obtained for a mere 30 kilograms of scrap metal, and flipped it for 3 train coins. Now that is a massive win. He feels like a complete business genius. The trade goes through smoothly. The fresh water fills his tank and a white sunny doll appears in his hand, looking pretty cute. He does not wait long before initiating another sublimation. His spirit drops from 84 to 69. Level 3 consumes 1 spirit point to predict the weather for today and tomorrow at any time. The upgrade is perfect. Now he can check the weather whenever he wants instead of waiting for noon, and the cost is halved. The doll looks the same, so he hangs it in his climate-controlled resting compartment. This series of successful trades brings him some massive gains, maybe not a complete transformation just yet, but still. An incredible accumulation of wealth. He now has 30 train coins in his possession. He briefly considers upgrading the train again, but decides it is better to wait. Until he finally leaves the station. Safety comes first, after all. Walking outside, he gets hit by a sudden, incredibly pungent odor. He takes one sniff, his face twisting in sudden horror. His meat is ruined. The snake meat he was roasting is now completely charred and totally inedible. With a heavy sigh, he realizes he has to start over. Preparing to relight the grill, he notices that Wally still has not returned. He cannot help but worry if the little guy actually died out there. He can practically feel the waves of pure rage radiating from Li Xiao Shuang. While the chat room erupts, the guy is clearly beyond incensed, probably wearing a face of absolute disgust after realizing he was deleted from his friend list. To make things even worse, he is selling materials at dirt cheap prices, heavily undercutting the rival listings, which is definitely seen as a direct challenge to his authority. The rival probably feels like he swallowed a fly, muttering furious threats about making him regret his choices while sitting on basic wood and metal piles. Li Xiao Shuang laughs triumphantly, thinking he is the chosen one, who can upgrade every 3 stations, so he starts his next upgrade. But that massive ego is about to slam face first into a wall. When he sees the new upgrade requirements, imagine his reaction staring at unfamiliar names like Flamestones, Gold, and Mithril. His special talent is incredibly powerful, but it clearly has some major limitations. It lets him find basic wood and metal, but totally ignores the rare exotic materials needed for high tiers. Talk about a tough lesson. His journey will not be as smooth as he thought. Meanwhile, our hero finally gets a chance to relax and eat during the 6-hour stopover. He spends time cleaning ash off a piece of cooked snake meat, smelling absolutely delicious despite only having salt for seasoning. The local monsters remain strangely passive the entire time, even when he proactively takes potshots at them with his rifle. They just scatter back to their 150-meter boundary, staging a slow, patient siege. Quietly waiting for him to make a single mistake, eating his food, he rubs his chin in deep thought as a rustling sound comes from the brush. He does not grab his gun because the sentinel guard stays totally silent. Recognizing the source, Wally wobbles closer on his tracks from the distance and he welcomed the little helper back, joking that he thought the bot was dead. The silent little robot couldn't speak, but it presented him with a strange tree stump. The system identified it as a level 4 treasure chest, instantly boosting his mood. He patted the robot's metallic head, praising its incredibly consistent performance. Instead of opening it immediately, he tossed his meal aside and boarded the train. He warned the little guy not to lure monsters back next time. Right on cue, an earth-shaking howl erupted from the woods. A massive white wolf, the size of a grown man, suddenly emerged. The moment it crossed the perimeter, the automated sentry unleashed a storm of bullets. The defense system clearly recognized this beast as an extreme threat. The level 4 lightning wolf yelped as crackling electricity surged across its fur. Its speed exploded as it activated its lightning armor, closing the distance to within 50 meters of the train in a single heartbeat. He immediately triggered overdrive, dissolving a train coin into pure golden light. This doubled the sentry's firing rate, transforming the 5 rifles into a minigun. The makeshift minigun absolutely shredded the giant wolf in a relentless hail of lead. Within just 3 seconds, the beast was neutralized, but the sentry kept firing. Other monsters waiting in the shadows outside began to follow the dead wolf's lead. It seemed they had just been waiting for their alpha to breach the defense line. Talk about overkill. 30 seconds of overdrive turned hundreds of beasts into mush. Looking at the absolute carnage, he felt a slight twinge of regret. All that valuable fur was ruined, though he hoped recycling could salvage something. He dragged the bloody wolf carcass back onto the train for processing. He secured a lightning wolf fur, 10 bones, and a rare wolf fang. It was a great harvest, even if the meat was completely ruined by the firepower. He realized then that the white wolf was a true elite gatekeeper. It survived 100 meters of constant fire before finally forcing him to use overdrive. Any ordinary level 3 conductor would have been easily torn apart by this beast. He was simply a bit stronger than the rest. He looked through the window at the sky, silently apologizing to whoever had tried to get him killed back at the station. He was sorry to disappoint them. Finally, the countdown hit the 3-hour mark. His early departure privilege lit up on the display, letting him relax. He didn't leave immediately, though. The wolf was dead and other monsters kept their distance. The remaining beasts were simply too terrified to approach his defensive perimeter. He saw a golden opportunity to gather resources from this forested valley. He wasn't about to waste the remaining time, so he shouldered his logging axe. He pulled out the safety case she had gifted him, exploiting its loose definition. Since a single item could mean an entire tree, he spent 2 hours logging. He successfully hauled back 500 kilograms of valuable wood. With 30 minutes left, the VIP early departure prompt flashed on his screen. He cast one final glance at the dark, silent forest before hitting the button. Spatial distortions rippled ahead as the tracks extended. The train accelerated into the void, passing through the pitch darkness. Bright moonlight finally streamed through the windows, marking his safe arrival. At 10:30 p.m., the system confirmed all conductors had departed. The sixth platform, a loud broadcast echoes through, forcing the remaining 2,000 conductors to pause their frantic work and turn toward the source of the announcement. Absolute shock, the voice was freezing and dead final as it declared that any conductor with a train below level 2 would perish during the night's survival. None would remain, only the survivors would proceed to a trading platform at Station 7, where they would be allowed to purchase a single item matching their train's current level, provided they had enough train coins to afford it. Most importantly, the broadcast warned that Sector E3 was about to drop below the 2,000-person limit, meaning a sector merger would happen right after the next station. A chilling reminder followed, noting that night survival would begin at midnight sharp and last for 2 hours and 30 minutes, along with a special warning: any damage sustained by the train would decrease speed. That meant instant repairs. This grim announcement hammered at the hearts of the conductors, and one could see how the chat room overflowed with desperate pleas for resources. Yet at this critical moment, no one helped, purely brutal, while others were terrified that even a level 2 upgrade might not save them if they took damage. These concerns meant nothing to him as he returned to the endless wasteland. A glowing screen materialized before his eyes, offering congratulations for leaving the level 4 slaughter platform despite the interference he had faced. The train system actually offered an apology for the sabotage he experienced, and as compensation, he received a free processing module. He swiped the screen to accept it, grumbling to himself that it would have been nice to have this earlier if he could only summon the processing station anywhere during the last run. He wouldn't have exhausted himself hauling heavy lumber and monster carcasses back and forth. Despite his brief complaint, his focus quickly shifted to the tree stump in his hands. Or more accurately, the level 4 treasure chest Wally had recovered. For him, night survival was just a detail. He had bigger fish to attend to. He initiated a sublimation, and as his stamina dropped to 50 and his spirit to 95, the box transformed into a level 5 treasure chest. 50 points felt like a bargain compared to his previous experiences, and he eagerly opened the lid. Massive rewards: 10 train coins, a level 4 lightning assault conductor module, a level 5 weapon conversion card, and a blueprint for lightning wolf leather boots. The lightning assault module was highly intriguing since it would allow him to consume stamina to envelop his body enlightening for a burst of super speed, providing an excellent way to dodge or escape. The boot blueprint also held great potential, especially since the memory of that white wolf's ferocity was still fresh in his mind. However, his attention was truly captured by the weapon conversion card. It had the power to transform any weapon into a level 5 version of itself, using the original as a template. He drew his Black Lost pistol, which had been his constant companion across multiple stations and remained highly effective even high-level areas. He decided to push his limits once more, sublimating the card itself. The process was grueling, consuming 70 points of his energy, and he was completely exhausted, but his reward was the incredible Heaven's Reaper weapon conversion card. Without hesitation, he pressed the card against his pistol. A brilliant mix of black and white light erupted, as if angels and demons were appearing together right inside his carriage. Gun floated midair, vibrating with a hum that made the whole train shake, until the light faded, showing a sleek black gun carved with celestial and demonic wings. It was now a level 6 masterpiece with the Heaven's Reaper enchantment, capable of stealing life force from enemies to heal him and restore his energy. It could fire black armor-piercing rounds for spirit, or white explosive rounds for stamina, and even combine them for a devastating dual-colored shot. He named it Black Ebony, a legendary nod to a game he used to play. To test its power, he opened the window, scanning the frozen wasteland until he spotted a mummy monster far away. He used a single point of stamina and fired a white bullet. Upon impact, the creature did not just drop, it blew up in an explosion that far surpassed the blast power of a grenade. He held off on upgrading the rest of his items, wary of what resources the advanced upgrades might take, but he used the leftover wolf pelt to make some incredibly comfortable bedding. With his main missions finally cleared, he lay back on his bed, humming a cheerful tune. Midnight had already passed, and he could hear monsters chasing the train outside, but while the rest of the world desperately struggled just to survive the night, for him this was just a cozy evening. His path was clear. Tomorrow he would finally reach level 4. The distant screams of players who had failed to reach level 2 echoed across the wilderness as the night took them. He could only listen to their desperate, useless pleas for help. Those who had not upgraded became nothing more than monster prey, and even some who did manage to upgrade their trains met tragic ends when damage slowed them down enough to be overtaken. Talk about a brutal reminder of this new reality. But as the morning sun began streaming into his carriage, those horrors felt a world away. He went through his morning routine completely calm, washing his face and making a warm breakfast while the soft light filled the train. The sunny doll had been right about the weather, and as he opened the window to let the cool breeze flow in, he had to admit it was the most comfortable day he had experienced since arriving here. He checked the sentry tower logs and saw they had spent 70 bullets during the night survival period. It was fewer than he expected, but some side attacks had still managed to scuff the train's side. He made a mental note to prioritize avoiding damage in the future, since repairs drained his precious materials. His personal stats were fully restored, sitting at a perfect 100 stamina and 120 mental energy. Finishing his last bite of white forest fruit, he rubbed his hands together with pure anticipation, ready to see what the 4th level of train upgrades had in store for him. He walked to the locomotive and placed his hand on the original control interface, maintaining the ritual even though his new system modules made physical contact unnecessary. The command for sublimation drained 30 points of stamina and 70 points of mental energy later. The upgrade was totally worth it. He was officially the proud conductor of a level 4 train now. This earned him a rare title and a conductor enhancement card. His unique talent significantly cushioned the exhausting mental drain. Without that efficiency, this massive upgrade could have easily ruined him. Still, being the very first in the sector completely surprised him, especially since the mysterious she had previously gifted him a flame stone. He assumed other veterans were helping new survivors in a similar way. Apparently, he was dead wrong about how this brutal world worked. The old guard rarely meddled with newcomers, but after this upgrade, his train speed jumped by another 20 kilometers, but mystery remained. He stared blankly at the new purchase options on the screen. The prices were baffling. A luxury dream bed cost 5 coins. Space enhancement was 8, a door module was 6, and a smart chip 10. Buying everything would cost 29 train coins, wiping out his savings. Honestly, who wouldn't hesitate? It felt like the system was actively mocking him. Everything was targeted directly at his wallet, and he winced. He hated spending that much, but these rare opportunities rarely returned. So he evaluated each item carefully. The dream bed was first. It promised perfect sleep and a complete guarantee against any nightmares. That easily beat his old, backbreaking metal slab. He bought it. The space upgrade was another obvious choice, reminding him of something. Specifically, the massive church carriage interior he saw inside She's train. He added it along with the handy carriage connector door module. But when he reached the smart chip, he hesitated. Upgrading Wally with artificial intelligence was incredibly tempting, but he stopped. With only 20 coins left, he had to keep some cash. A trading station was close, and he could not afford bankruptcy. Wally would just have to wait until he replenished his coins. Once finalized, the entire train felt noticeably roomier than before. Adding an extra meter in every direction made a massive difference. He dragged the brand new bed into his bedroom. Without that space upgrade, fitting it inside would have been impossible. He collapsed onto the soft mattress, letting all his tension melt. Checking his interface screen one final time, he smiled happily. His recovery rates were climbing fast, proving his choice was right. Prioritizing his own sleep over Wally's brain was definitely smarter. After resting, he sat up feeling the comfort of his new bed. And the physical comfort was just the early beginning of his rewards. A new system notification caught his eye, showing a title. He was officially named Upgrade Master for reaching level 4 first. This rare achievement recognized his outstanding performance on the rails. Better yet, it made gaining the trust of natives much easier. And let's be real, trust here is practically non-existent. He equipped the title instantly, though testing it would have to wait. Stationed to see if it actually smoothed over those initial introductions. Finally, he turned his attention to his reward for breaking the level 4 record. Conductor Enhancement Card. It promised to boost his mental and physical stamina by 10 points, which was perfect for someone who constantly burns through energy for sublimations. However, unlike some modules that existed only as digital data, this card had a physical form, meaning he could push it further. He funneled 35 points of mental energy into it, watching it transform into an advanced conductor enhancement card. Now, the potential boost had doubled to 20 points. He held the card between 2 fingers and pressed it close to his heart, choosing to enhance his physical stamina first. The card dissolved into tiny red particles of light that merged into his skin, sending an indescribable wave of comfort through his body that lasted for several minutes. When the process finished, his physical stamina limit had jumped from 100 to 120. Clenching his fist, he grabbed some wood and snapped it with a light squeeze. The strength was staggering, completely off the charts. If he were back in his old world, he would be a literal superhuman. Stamina in. The system apparently acted as a catch-all for physical power and speed, just as mental. Stamina likely governed more than just focus. He decided not to overthink the mechanics for now, needing to recover his condition before the next stop. The clock struck 1 p.m., the scheduled time for station entry, yet the familiar spatial distortion was nowhere to be found. He leaned against the window and flicked his fingers, opening the public chat to see that the survivor count had dwindled to 1,735. Over 200 people vanished in a single night. The chat was buzzing with confusion and anxiety about the missing station. But soon enough, the cold, mechanical female voice of the broadcast broke the silence. She announced that Station 7 would be a public trading station, where all conductors would stop, but there was a catch. They had to travel 300 kilometers to reach it, and there were only 20 parking tracks available. It was a first-come, first-served race, and to make matters worse, they were warned to expect monster attacks designed to slow their progress. The chat room exploded. Instantly, many complained that level 2 trains capped at 40 kilometers per hour stood no chance against Li Xiaosheng, who had bragged about reaching level 3 and its 60-kilometer top speed. He watched Li Xiaosheng bask in the praise of his alliance members, promising to report back once he arrived first. But watch this, he was only smiling. A smirk curved his lips as he did the math. A level 2 train took over 7 hours, while Li's level 3 would take 5. His own level 4 train could make it in 3 hours and 45 minutes at its base speed of 80 kilometers, but he had no intention of being that slow. He still had his red triple-speed train acceleration device and a stockpile of bullets he had never had a reason to use. He retrieved a silver-white acceleration bullet, thick as a baby's arm, and used the anywhere door to step directly into the locomotive. He loaded the shell, felt the device rise, and initiated the boost. A powerful surge of momentum pushed him back into his seat as the wilderness began to blur. When the monsters mentioned in the broadcast appeared to block his path, they did not even have time to react. At 240, the train simply smashed them into unidentifiable dust. Meat patties. In 10 minutes, he covered 40 kilometers, loading a second booster. He kept the pressure on, maintaining a crazy burst of speed along the tracks. In just 3 hours, the massive silhouette of the station rose from the wasteland. As he drew closer, the legendary crossroads of fate flickered to life, offering him a choice between the novice zone for levels 1 to 3 or the regular zone for levels 4 to 6. He did not hesitate. He picked the higher level. The train slowed as he crossed a transparent dome, the shifting tracks diverting his engine toward a much larger station. A welcoming message displayed his name and ID, confirming his arrival, and he checked the screen. He blinked in total surprise. The parking countdown was marked as completely infinite. Even better, danger was non-existent. Infinite parking with zero risk felt too good. Honestly, that felt too good to be true. Then, the train finally came to a halt. He stood staring at the glowing screen, trying to make sense of the word infinite. Infinite docking. Did this world really just hand out a completely free choice? Just like that, he simply did not believe it for a single second. While he was still puzzling over the text, a soft knocking sound echoed. He looked up to find a mysterious figure standing right outside his door. The stranger wore a smiling white mask and a dark military cap, waving. His vigilant sentry security system stayed quiet, meaning this was a human, not a monster. The smiling man tilted his head. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he looked massive. He clasped his white gloved hands together and gave a polite, deep bow. A soft welcome followed, addressing him respectfully as the captain of the train. He introduced himself as the official guide for transit platform number 2. The guide was entirely at his service. The captain asked what his job was. He stood up straight and gestured toward the massive building behind him, explaining. He was here to guide the captain inside so the station could earn coins. Plus, he could naturally answer any pressing questions. The captain appreciated the honesty. Thanking him and the guide bowed, the captain stepped out, closing the door. He left his trusty sentry on guard to prevent anyone from tampering with things. He asked the price for information. The guide replied there was no charge. Solving doubts was just part of his standard service, though he certainly hoped the captain would spend plenty of train coins. Walking toward the market, the captain brought up his single most burning question. Why did this station exist here, and what did infinite docking actually mean? Did it truly mean he could stay here forever and never move forward? The masked guide paused. Even through the wood, a playful gaze targeted him. It vanished instantly. He explained that these traveling stations had always existed here, without any real reason. As for the docking time, yes, he could stay. He could abandon his train and remain in this place for eternity. The guide asked with pure, naked malice if he wanted to stay there. The captain said, "Never mind." The guide shook his head, whispering, "What a pity." Arriving at the market hall, the giant bent down and pulled out a card. He swiped it at the door, and the massive entrance slowly slid open. Revealing the grand hall, the guide gestured, and as he stepped inside, a screen. The hall appears before him. He gestures him inside, and as he steps in, a light screen rises. A screen drops from midair, displaying his information in full view. Serial number E31102. Name Yikayan, level 4, current. Station count 7 stations. Train coin assets 20, but he does not care. This kind of information is not precious. He asks what he should do. No response. He looks suspiciously at the smiling man and finds him standing blankly in place. His eyes behind the mask are staring fixedly at him. He asks what is wrong, if something is off with him. The man snaps out of it and, in disbelief, sizes him up while saying this is actually only his 7th station. That is truly surprising. He has been at this platform for many years and has never seen anyone reach here so early. The 2nd platform of a traveling station has never been the 7th station for any train captain, and how was he able to reach level 4? Already, Yikayan tells him he sees no reason to satisfy his curiosity. His expression stays calm, though the leather boots on his feet flicker with sparks of electricity. Just in case the host forgets this guest can bite back, he shakes his head and says it is not important, apologizing for being so rude. Then he raises a slender palm and, right in front of him, tears off one of his own arms. He calls it a self-punishment and offers to tear off the other if Yikayan is still unsatisfied. Yikayan tells him there is no need. He is not that bored. He thanks him, picks up the arm from the ground and presses it back against the torn wound. Blood colored sprouts of flesh bond the two together, and even the blood on the ground returns to his body. Is this fellow even human? There are 3 paths in the shopping hall. He leads Yikayan to the path on the far right, marked above with the numeral 6. The host explains this is the display case for level 6 items, and that according to the rules, Yikayan can purchase 1 item here. He waves his arm, and 2 transparent display cases rise on either side of the path. He asks why only 2. The host tells him that if he is unsatisfied, he can choose the level 4 and level 5 areas next door, which have many more items, or even the low-level trading posts from levels 1 to 3. Yikayan shrugs it off and says they should take a look first, walking straight between the 2 cases. To bring up the light screen, the Great Compassion heavy machine gun, level 6, uses mental power instead of bullets, condensing 10 rounds per point of mental power, devastating to evil entities, and applying an expiation effect to ghosts. Price 18 train coins. The Trickster Sword, level 6, consumes 10 points of maximum mental capacity to cause a triple reduction effect on life force mental power, while doubling the effects of enemy sanity loss and madness. Price 18 train coins. Absolutely brutal pricing. The smiling man tells him it is worth every coin. And he is probably right, but what on earth is this Trickster Sword, consuming his own maximum mental capacity just to chip away at the enemy opponents? That is basically hurting the enemy a tiny bit while completely crippling himself. I will take this, he says, and 18 train coins in his hand dissolve into golden specks of light, merging into the display cabinet. With a soft glow, the dark golden Great Compassion heavy machine gun rises into view, massive, intimidating, and unbelievably heavy, as he tries to lift the entire Sheer weight makes him realize exactly why it earned that name, if he did not. Luckily, he previously boosted his stamina by 20 points, also increasing his strength. Without that strength, lifting it would be a struggle. The smiling seller won't help. He must haul the heavy gun alone, but luckily he prepared in advance. So he pulls a safety box from his backpack and carefully slips the heavy machine gun inside. The smiling merchant watches in silence, his eyes darting behind the mask. He tries to leave quietly without bothering him, but those masked eyes watch his every move. Finally he speaks, calling him a truly impressive train captain. He asks for a favor, though it is not something he can handle right now. If he agrees, the merchant promises another level 6 item for free. Stopping in his tracks, the captain asks what kind of favor. Suddenly, the seller shatters the glass. The seller smashes the other display case and lifts a dark trickster sword out. He wants to die. Handing over the trickster sword, he whispers. A dark purple aura spreads from its blade, and faint whispers echo in his ears. He tells the merchant to just commit suicide if he wants to die. Why ask him? Besides, how on earth can he kill someone who heals severed limbs in mere seconds? The seller shakes his head, explaining that no guide is allowed to kill themselves. Chuckling, he says it doesn't matter whether the captain agrees right now or not. Since he cannot kill him today anyway, the captain asks why he is even asking. He is gambling that the captain will return, strong enough to grant him true release. The man removes his mask, exposing a horrifying face full of twisted wrinkles. His distorted features are revealed as he explains he was once a captain too. But he was forced to remain at this station, bound forever by a dark, terrible curse. Pretty terrifying, right? He slides the mask back on, hiding his face again. Since the weapon has been drawn, it cannot be returned to the case. So the sword belongs to the captain, even if he forgets this conversation in the future. He drops the trickster sword at his feet, leaving him with a difficult choice. Why not? The captain makes no promises about if or when he can do it. But if the seller accepts those conditions, he agrees. The masked merchant bows in deep gratitude. He salutes the captain and immediately returns to his original, motionless posture. He says the purchases are finished, but mentions some special food available at the station. The station sells specialty foods from human society, purchasable with train coins. The captain starts to wave it off, saying he has plenty of supplies. But then the merchant lists steamed buns, dumplings, hot pot, and so much more. Everything costs only 1 train coin, a truly exclusive benefit. Reserved for the first captain to arrive. Is he absolutely sure he doesn't need it? Minutes later, the captain sits staring at a massive, mouth-watering feast of delicacies. Instantly remembering the terribly cooked, bland, or overly salty meat he had been forcing down lately. Swallowing his saliva, he immediately digs in and begins to feast happily. 5 hours and 30 minutes after the public platform opens, a battered train slowly rolls into the transit station. An incredibly disheveled Lei Zio Shang comes running out, coughing and loudly cursing the wretched monsters that set his train on fire. Good thing his speed was fast enough, or he would have been completely finished. Damn it all, every single one of his carriages was completely destroyed. Only the engine carriage remains. The other carriages containing his resources were brutally ambushed on the road, leaving him with absolutely nothing. If he hadn't been moving so fast, he would have been blown to pieces along with his cars. He punches the ground, trying to calm down before looking across the empty platform. A slow, smug grin spreads across his face. He declares himself the first to arrive. He laughs, planning to buy blueprints to craft weapons, trading them to other captains for valuable flamestones so he can keep leading. Infinite stop. No way. He is destined to be the protagonist. He stands up, spots the building ahead, and starts walking. Striding over, he has no idea someone is watching his every move. Right now, in the ordinary trading zone, only a single train sits on the empty platform. Up on its roof, he sits back, enjoying peaceful sunbath while the smiling guide stands quietly beside him. Yi asks if he is absolutely sure those novices cannot see them from across the way. The guide nods, explaining that different zones have incredibly strict rules. Low-level players can never see into higher zones, meaning someone might be watching them from above right now. He muses on this, but the guide disagrees, saying transit stations only have novice and ordinary zones. He just cracks open some peanuts, watching Li Ziao Shang's desperate antics with genuine interest, asking the smiling man if the novices get a guide, too. The guide shakes his head, then nods, admitting they once had one. But they died and he honestly envies them. Currently, he is moonlighting as the guide for both zones. He really should be over with the novices, but compared to managing a group of rookies, Yi is far more important. Besides, the guide explains that the novice zone transaction is just a tutorial, meant to help new train captains learn this harsh world within 10 stations. An ordinary trading zone opening this early is something that has only happened once in decades, which explains the incredibly strange look on his face. He cannot fathom how someone upgraded their train to level 4 before 10 stations, or how he managed to barge into this ordinary zone. He is not mistaken. Remembering the level 9 safety box, which is absolutely not something a novice should possess, this complete absurdity is why he hopes Yi might actually kill him, which he takes as a massive compliment. Want some food? He asks, holding out his very last peanut. The guide remains silent, slowly turning his head away. He apologizes, realizing the spiritual guide cannot eat anyway. He tosses the peanut into his own mouth, dusts his hands off, and opens his system screen. Staring at the guide, he points out the strange infinite stop time, asking if it is a system glitch. The guide stays silent. He nods, dropping the subject since that silence is answer enough. Suddenly, a message notification pops up in his chat window from Zhao Lin. If he remembers correctly, her luck fluctuates wildly, meaning she must be in a massive slump right now. Fortunately, her chat icon has not gone gray yet, meaning she is still clinging to life, though considering how incredibly lucky she was. At the last stop, he seriously doubts she can survive this terrible streak of bad luck. 40 minutes ago, she messaged him, asking if they should meet up when they arrive at the station. She even offered snacks and alcohol. Then, 9 minutes ago, she panicked, screaming that endless hordes of slow mummies were completely blocking her train. She laughs, convincing herself that her terrible luck isn't actually that bad. Except that special drink she made for Yi shattered, leaving her apologetic. But right on cue, her bad luck officially strikes. Her train wheels get caught right inside a mummy corpse, killing her speed. She begs Yi for some repair materials. She brings up the items she listed on the trading store back at the last station. For some reason, absolutely nobody bought her goods except him. Her curse is real. He sends a message back, saying that getting stuck in a mummy is classic Zhao Lin. Meanwhile, she huddles in a tight corner, gripping her gun and nervously peeking outside. She constantly checks for deadly monsters blocking her path, then spots Yi's reply. It becomes her ultimate lifeline, replying that she never wanted this. Yi is well aware of her unique talent. She hoped to trade her items, trying to gather essential resources, but nobody is buying and she has no idea why. In reality, her string of bad luck did not just start at this station. It began the exact millisecond her good luck ran dry, and as for those unsold snacks, that is extremely easy to figure out. Of all the desperate survivors still breathing, who would actually waste resources on snacks? He tells her to just deal with it. She cries back that she cannot survive like this, offering him all her snack stash. Desperate for repair materials, she begs him to make a trade. Behind her text box is a hilarious chibai emoji of a tiny character kneeling and sobbing. Amusing, yes, but Yi is no charity worker. He demands she hand over those rare train coins for the trade. The chat goes quiet, but Yi is patient. Sure enough, less than a minute later, she caves. She sends over her request. She needs exactly 42 machine parts. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Lin would never agree. Trading 2 precious train coins is painful, but right now she has no choice. "You ruthless profiteer," she cries out. Now, even if she reaches the next station, she will be flat broke. This is pure bullying once she gets the goods. This allows her to quickly patch things up before the monsters overrun her. With a miserable look, she pats her flat wallet, crying over her wasted snacks. She whines that Yi has absolutely no class and does not cherish ladies. Her funds are completely wiped out. Suddenly, Yi drops a brand new message. He offers a friendly tip, asking if she wants a free piece of advice. She accuses him of trying to scam her again, but almost instantly, her curiosity wins and she begs him to explain. He tells her the truth. At this station is actually infinite. Zhao Lin freezes in utter shock. She leaps up from her seat in sheer excitement, completely forgetting her surroundings. Slamming her head hard into a wooden cabinet, loose junk rains right down. Rubbing her bruised head, she frantically types, if she can just stay here forever. Now she won't ever have to face another dangerous track, just as he expected. If he had kept quiet, she would have fallen for the trap immediately. Her talent cycles between danger and absolute happiness. Because of this constant shift, any good luck only makes her dread the future. She asks if this infinite station is actually a hidden, deadly trap. He replies that he only warned her to save her life. Otherwise, she would have discovered the brutal truth way too late. She would have discovered it herself once she arrived. She takes a deep breath. The excitement slowly fades away, replaced by helpless dread and lingering fear. She admits it is true, wondering how this world would ever let them off the hook. Even if she stayed behind, she would only face things far more terrifying than the train, especially since her current stop brings nothing but bad luck. She is incredibly smart, grasping his hidden meaning from just a single sentence. He stays silent, offering no more words after dropping his brief warning. She is like a golden hen to him, occasionally producing rare and valuable treasures. Keeping her alive longer benefits him, though her future demise would merely be a pity. Right then, a second train rumbles into the station with a deep, heavy roar. A stunning woman with smooth, waist-length black hair steps off the carriage. Looking around, she frowns slightly upon seeing only one other train in the station. She pulls out a sleek, light blue flip phone of Japanese design. She quickly types a message, asking if she has truly reached the station yet. Mentioning she is already level 3, she wonders if the other train belongs to someone else. Playing Gamoku with the smiling man, our main character hears the system alert and looks up. He wonders if that unlucky girl is in trouble again, but checks his screen. It is actually Shangyuan Yingsu, meaning the newly arrived train belongs to her. She made it here incredibly fast, but he wonders how she messaged him from outside. He never expected his daily trading partner to be this exact woman. It makes sense, though, since she is easily one of the most outstanding captains. Aside from himself and Li Xiaoshuang, she is the strongest captain, he replies. He texts back that he is not there, prompting an instant question mark from her. Rubbing her eyes, she asks how that is possible, recalling Li Xiaoshuang's public claim. He boasted in chat about being first and seeing no one, unless he was level 4. Our hero simply confirms it, causing her to dismiss the chat as boring. She closes the screen in annoyance, taking a deep breath to calm her rising shock. How on earth did he level up so fast? She has no choice but to accept it. Pushing her confusion aside, she opens the system station description page. Reading that docking time is infinite, she deems it a boring trap. With zero intention of staying, she follows the signs toward the shopping hall. There she faces 3 distinct paths marked by Roman numerals 1 to 3. Choosing the third path without hesitation, she steps forward only to run into Li Xiaoshuang. Instantly, she summons an exquisite marksman rifle directly from her phone. The dark muzzle points straight at his head, instantly freezing him in place. Trembling with fear, he raises his hands and points frantically at a nearby warning sign. The sign clearly bans killing, so he stammers that violence is not allowed. Introducing himself as Li Xiaoxuang, he begs her to move her weapon aside. Promising to leave immediately, he carefully slips past the terrifying gun barrel. Still shaken, he walks away before suddenly remembering his pride. He is the famous Li Xiaoxuang, the very first arrival and leader of their alliance. Since she arrived right after him, she must be an incredibly powerful ally to recruit. Before he can offer an invite, a loud bang echoes as a bullet strikes his feet. She casually blows the smoke from her gun, mocking his claim of being first. Looking at him like he is an idiot, her silence acts as a blatant slap. His face flushes red with absolute humiliation, but fear of her gun keeps him quiet. He would have run away ages ago, scuttling out of the shopping mall in total defeat. Only when he is cleared does Li Xiaoxuang finally dare to scream her threats. That guy is surprisingly flexible. After watching the drama unfold, our main character turns around. He hops off the train, knowing it is time to leave, and grabs a nearby water pipe. He pulls it from the first carriage window and tosses it right back to the smiling man. He tells him he is finished and hands it over. His water tank is completely full. Water overflows. The smiling man pinches the pipe, answering with a faint voice. He points out that getting the train captain to help like this breaks the rules. Finding the water pipe was lucky enough. Our hero smiles, knowing his little trick worked. After all, the smiling man still went along with it. He boards and closes the door. Outside, the smiling man removes his mask. He warns our main character with a serious look. He must never trust the infinite, no matter what. Trusting it leads to absolute doom. This ruined state is the final result. Our hero promises to keep those words in mind. He hopes that next time they meet, our main character can finally end his suffering. If not, that is fine too. He has faced too many disappointments to care anymore. Looking at his deformed face, our hero feels neither fear nor disgust. He shakes his head, pulling a blessed white forest fruit straight out of his inventory. He hands it through the window, telling the man not to worry because he will remember. When they meet again, he promises to bring him the piece he so desperately wants. The man accepts the fruit, and our hero hits the departure button to start moving. Departure is completely free here. The train speeds deep into the void ahead. Looking back, the station behind him has already vanished into thin air. Even for a station in the wildlands, this place felt incredibly strange, didn't it? This world hides far too many secrets, and he cannot solve them all just yet. Flopping onto his bed, our hero opens up the system screen to check his rewards. It is time to count his loot. First up are 2 level 6 items. He got the Great Compassion heavy machine gun and the legendary trickster sword. The machine gun will definitely be installed right onto the vigilant sentry. Its 9 slots already hold 5 exquisite rifles and a single mithril crossbow. This setup is enough to easily clear a level 4 slaughter station. Adding the heavy machine gun means he can actively hunt for monsters now. He can literally drive around level 4 stations looking for things to kill. But the trickster sword, honestly, its appeal is basically zero to him. Any weapon draining his mental power limit is completely useless in his eyes. Still, free gear is always welcome. He can easily sell it later for a massive fortune. That is a huge win. Plus, his water tank is now completely filled up. He has 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Even now, water remains incredibly precious. A person can survive 7 days without food, but not 3 without water. No time to rest just yet. Leaving his comfortable bed, he gets to work. He pulls the massive Great Compassion heavy machine gun out of its safety case. Staring at this absolute beast of a weapon, he rubs his hands in excitement. Will it look even cooler after sublimation? He begins, dropping his stamina down to 90. His mental power drops to 100. He only used 50 points in total. How is the cost so low for a level 6 item? He opens identification. He checks the details: enchantment, mental power magazine, and Great Compassion. The level 6 heavy machine gun can consume mental power to additionally load a 500-round magazine. However, its level remains unchanged. Besides its original features, it gained a new ability, but unfortunately, the heavy machine gun's growth potential is now entirely maxed out. It cannot be upgraded further. Still, an extra 500 rounds on top of the original 300 makes him quite pleased with this sublimation. After configuring it for the century, he spends 50 mental power to charge the special magazine and load 300 rounds of level 3 ammo. As for this sword, forget it. He has no plans to use it, meaning sublimation is useless, and the trickster sword gets tossed into the very last slot of his inventory. It is still early, and today looks pretty quiet, so he decides to upgrade this other item too, a pure earth binding stone. Back at the level 4 slaughter station, he had considered upgrading it to guarantee his train would stay safe from hostile mental energies, but the century fought so fiercely that it nearly wiped out the whole station, leaving the matter shelved. Stamina drops from 90 to 40. The stone becomes a level 5 pure purification stone. Left anywhere on the train, it will keep the entire interior completely cleansed, blocking all corruption, mental attacks, and dark invasions. Its upgrade path is now maxed out. In his hand, the one simple stone has actually grown quite translucent. Its cold, firm surface carries an oddly soft texture, emitting a gentle glow that serves as a perfect night light. He purchases a decorative mount from the market and sets it up right across from his bed. It looks great. With everything finally completed, he grabs a white forest fruit and lies comfortably on his bed, opening the system screen to check the global chat. The other survivors should be reaching the station shortly. It seems Li Xiaoxing never warned them about the infinite rest time, though everyone is bound to realize it. Eventually, will they fall for this trap? The chat reads 1574. Someone posts that they are finally reaching the station, absolutely exhausted from the journey. Another wonders how they moved so fast, asking if they upgraded their wheels. One replies, they unlocked an early upgrade, allowing manual labor to boost their train's speed. Without it, they would not be so exhausted. Why has Li Xiaoxing not shared the station news, yet despite being first? Someone replies that Brother Li only promised to share it with his alliance members, excluding any outsiders. They ask why he should help non-members. Tempers flare as users complain about those willing to act like bootlickers, declaring that if he won't share, they will instead. Meanwhile, the exhausted captain who manual boosted his speed enters the transit station, arriving as the fourth participant. He pants heavily, stepping outside to spot two other trains already parked, aside from Li Xiaoxing. Someone else made it here incredibly quickly, proving other secret powerhouses are active. After a brief moment of envy, the system screen materializes. Before him, he reads the name Forward Station, finding it quite strange. Then he notices the resting time is set to infinite, leaving him stunned. And just like that, the trap is exposed. He posts a screenshot to the chat. People cannot believe their eyes, with many assuming it must be a glitch. Others yell to focus on the real danger, warning that staying here forever is. With this station being infinite, people wonder if they ever have to leave again. It feels like an endless safety zone, and naturally, people start scheming. Shangyuan Yingsu steps out of the shopping hall, totally ignoring the chatter. She grabs her newly bought loot, boards her train, and quickly departs. But Li Xiaoxing has different plans, choosing to stay behind for a bit. His newly formed alliance is already set to gather at this location. Even better, he has a greedy plan to monopolize all local resources. If his alliance blocks all 20 tracks, everyone else will be trapped outside. Anyone refusing to pay their heavy toll can forget about getting in. As time ticks on, more desperate survivors begin to flood the area. Equipped with his supplied resources, his alliance members occupy the tracks first. The latecomers are completely locked out of the 20 available tracks, left stranded. Monsters constantly swarm them outside, forcing them to huddle together. They furiously spam the chat, demanding to know why Li Xiaosheng is blocking them. They yell at him to open up, asking if his family owns the station. Charging a whole train coin for passage makes everyone absolutely lose their minds. Angry players swear they will murder him the moment they manage to step inside. But the Alliance mocks them, saying they would have done the exact same thing. They call the outsiders incompetent while praising their leader, Brother Li. A massive flame war erupts as the benefited members defend the blockade. Eventually, even top-tier fighters choose to compromise and pay the toll. Li Xiaosheng gets his very first intoxicating taste of absolute, undisputed authority. He truly believes he is the chosen protagonist of this dangerous new world. Eager to brag, he pulls up his menu and searches for a specific name. He types in Yi Qian, laughing that Yi Qian will never be allowed inside. Meanwhile, Yi Qian is casually watering his tree and taking a fresh bite of fruit. It tastes amazing, especially since he is getting tired of heavy meat and fish. Talk about a massive flex. Anyone else struggling would be absolutely furious. His hover screen suddenly blinks as a private message request pops up. Seeing Li Xiaosheng's name, Yi Qian wonders why this guy is bothering him again. Since he has nothing better to do, he decides to see what the guy wants. Li Xiaosheng demands his rifle blueprint in exchange for entering the safe zone. He warns Yi Qian to pay up or die outside, but Yi Qian is confused. He actually left that station ages ago, wondering if he somehow offended the guy. Another arrogant text arrives, asking if he is too scared to even speak. Li Xiaosheng claims he will still make sure Yi Qian dies out there. He mocks the rifle blueprint, calling it worthless, and promises painful revenge. Yi Qian realizes this guy is completely unhinged and a total psychopath. Deleting his contact information earlier was definitely the correct move to make. Not wanting to waste any more time on a psycho, he acts fast. He simply replies with a single word, "Oh," and immediately blocks him. He completely cuts off contact, leaving the station bully absolutely speechless. Waiting eagerly, Li Xiaosheng sees the dry reply and immediately flies into rage. Veins bulge on his forehead as he furiously types a massive wall of text. But the send button has turned gray, leaving him completely blocked and helpless. How dare anyone block him? His face turns bright red, looking like a bloated clown about to burst. As time drags on, even without paying any toll, the crowd inside the station keeps growing because his master plan has a massive and glaring loophole. Keeping everyone out requires occupying all 20 of the tracks. When any outsider actually pays the fee, one of the current occupants has to vacate their track first and call the next person in line, but this setup means his own men keep leaving, and incoming outsiders ignore him completely. They just come and go exactly as they please. Honestly, if it were not for a few people choosing to stay after hearing about the infinite docking option, those 20 tracks would have been impossible to hold. Quite a few of them are actually his own alliance members, and they have zero intention of moving on. The group's profits are practically non-existent. This leaves Li Xiaosheng, who spent fortune upgrading wheels and speed for his guys, looking incredibly grim. An alliance of glass, it was never solid to begin with. They only wanted free loot. When real work started, silence. Empty talk was the absolute best they had to offer. Worse still, if he could build a faction, others could easily plot to steal from him. He spent too much time flaunting his wealth, letting everyone see his supplies. Let's be honest, flaunting your stash in a wasteland is just asking for it. His own people are already staring. They look incredibly hungry. Left with no choice, he slinks away, his garbage plan failing completely. He could not even recover the capital spent on his members. His departure does not mean the gates are open. Those 20 tracks remain locked down. Even outsiders willing to pay find themselves completely ignored by the stubborn occupants, who have absolutely no plans to move their trains. They feel that no matter how long they survive, or if food and water run out, avoiding the train and staying away from new stations somehow keeps them alive. Just a few more days of safety. Poor Zhaolin is stuck out there. She cannot get inside. Looking absolutely miserable, she clutches the heavy weapon she bought from the main traveler, desperately searching for some small shred of comfort. She wonders if she survived the station just to perish out here in the cold. Why is her luck so terrible? Outside, monstrous growls echo through the pitch black wilderness. She curls into a tight ball, covering her ears and burying her head. If she cannot hear them, she can pretend the danger is not there. Then, after 24 hours, a bizarre bell suddenly tolls across the wasteland. The monsters gathered outside instantly scatter, fleeing in absolute terror from something unknown. Zhaolin looks up, completely bewildered, and peers through the window. The massive station before her is being swallowed by a tidal wave of black sludge. Under the pale moonlight, the ooze looks alive. Inside, the smiling man removes his mask and quietly bites into the white forest fruit given to him. He stands suspended in the air, gazing coldly at the 20 survivors gathered below. Foolish, pathetic weaklings, they do not even possess the qualification to be cursed. There is no stopping here. Swirling pools of dark ooze suddenly begin erupting beneath everyone's feet. They try to run, but the living sludge begins dragging down their entire trains. Screams echo under the dark sky, begging for help while being constantly devoured. The smiling man keeps nibbling, calling it delicious, when a burst of noisy notifications wakes him up. The messages scream to hurry up and look. He almost got eaten? He opens his eyes, reads Zhaolin's text, and feels totally speechless. He asks if he knows what time it is, saying he was sleeping. Zhaolin replies that he cannot sleep at all, telling Yi to look at the station. It is alive. A photo comes through, showing the station wrapped in black sludge. Yi also perks up, teasing him about hiding a camera. Zhaolin dismisses it, telling him to look at the photo, admitting it terrified him. He was lucky he stayed out. He asks if he really never stepped inside that station. He picks up the pocket watch beside him to check the time. Zhaolin explains that his terrible luck kept him outside, so it is normal he could not enter. Still, he thanks Yi for warning him that the docking time was a trap. Otherwise, he would have traded his last items for a qualification to enter before then. Yi asks where he is now. Zhaolin blinks and looks around his surroundings. The station that once stood in the wilderness has completely vanished, leaving the road ahead smooth and clear. The other trains that had gathered there have also disappeared without a trace. It is as if they suddenly vanished from each other's worlds. The station is gone and the other trains are missing, too. Only a single track remains on the ground as the train restarts as if that stop never existed. Zhaolin asks Yi what is going on with this crazy world. What do the creators of this place actually want from them? Is it really? As she said, Yi wonders to himself, is the world of every train captain completely independent from one another? He sighs, wondering how many of these worlds exist. It is truly unimaginably vast. Shaking his head, Yi rolls over to a more comfortable position and texts back, telling him not to overthink it. Instead of having time for that, he should get some sleep. They will arrive at the next stop tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. Zhaolin agrees and wishes him a good night, ending the chat immediately. Underneath the deep wilderness in the middle of the night, only the heavy roar of the passing train echoes. What do you think comes next? At 6:30 a.m., a cold broadcast voice wakes everyone still sleeping, announcing they will arrive at the 8th stop today. Only 2 stops remain before the novice period ends. After completing the 7th stop, the survivor incentive rewards will be distributed. Different amounts will be handed out based on their arrival order at the 7th stop, the public trading station. The first captain to arrive there will receive 4 train coins. Second place gets 3, third gets 2, and other arrivals receive 1 train coin. Those who fail to enter get no reward. Today's weather is clear skies. The remaining people in the E3 block is 1204. The merger takes place in 3 hours. He does not know if it is just his imagination, but the broadcast feels way more lively than usual. Hearing there are train coins to collect, his morning grumpiness from being woken up instantly vanishes. He happily opens the train system. The mail icon flickers with a faint light. 4 train coins fall into his palm and he weighs them. Counting these coins, he now has 7, leaving him still 3 short of buying that chip. Walking over to the sleeping Wally, he leans down and pats it. That iron-headed companion of his is doing great. He tells Wally to keep pushing forward. One more treasure chest at the next station will get him enough parts for a real brain. Meanwhile, Li Xiao Shang's expression is completely grim. Why is he only ranked 3rd? He was absolutely certain he arrived first. Furious, he immediately demands answers from the system. His angry complaint goes through, but the response he receives is cold and mechanical. The system states no errors detected for Captain Li Xiao Shang of Block 4409. An official warning is issued. One more offense and he faces the penalty platform. Damn it, he curses. Who could have possibly beaten his time to the station? While he fumes, Shang Guan Yingzhu reacts much differently as she receives her reward. Staring at her 2 train coins, she realizes the mysterious guy was telling the truth. He really was the very first person to reach that outpost. But if so, why did he leave without buying a single item? She remembers the 2 level 3 display cases. One went to Li Xiao Shang. The other she purchased herself. So what did Yi Kaiyan actually walk away with? There is no way that Absolute Merchant has 0 cash to his name. Let's be honest, we are all dying to know what kind of broken talent he has. She mutters quietly, tapping her holographic screen to check her own personal information. Right there on her status window is her unique talent, Mirror Moon. It drains mental energy to generate a random item below the current train level. She rubs her temples, looking at a useless pile of deflated water balloons. Another failure. Over the past few days, she has barely pulled anything decent. Aside from her trusty water purifier, only her smartphone has been truly helpful. Worse yet, the mental strain from using this ability is absolutely brutal. Once her mental energy dips below 50, extreme dizziness and self-doubt creep in. If she pushes it any lower, her mind might snap entirely. She decides to rest her talent. The recovery speed is simply agonizingly slow. Yi Kaiyan activates sublimation. Mental energy falls to 110. Requirements are 150 kilograms of wood and 200 of metal, plus 90 machine parts, with extra glass and fiber for modifications. The train carriage construction is a complete success. His train now boasts 3 carriages. His old basic blueprint is now fully upgraded. He was definitely smart to hold off on sublimating this from the start. The material costs have skyrocketed, but that is hardly an issue for him now. He steps inside the brand new cabin as the build finishes. It is incredibly pristine, organized, and absolutely spotless compared to before. No more endless rust stains or irritating creaks that could never be cleaned away. However, Yi Kaiyan is still not satisfied with just a basic upgrade. He sublimates again, dropping his mental power down to 95. The new comfortable cabin transforms into a specialized planting carriage. It features individual temperature controls designed to boost plant growth. It can even run fully automated systems using advanced smart chips. This allows for automatic planting and harvesting. The only catch is that this system requires constant electricity. He will need a proper power generator before turning it on. A greenhouse carriage is actually perfect timing for moving his white forest. With the tree sorted, he turns to the generator. Having the blueprint means he can easily spend resources to craft it, then perform sublimation, creating a device that only needs wood and metal to generate electricity. the environment inside the planting carriage is quite humid, featuring 6 sections that can be freely divided in size. The temperature and humidity in these sections are fully adjustable. Beneath his feet is not the steel floor, but rich black fertile soil. And he plants the white forest fruit tree right in the center, below the skylight that opens freely above the carriage, letting sunlight pour down. Perfectly, since plenty of space remains, he decides to plant the tomatoes obtained from Yu Manor as well. The growth acceleration of the carriage is incredible. The crops have already taken root and sprouted shortly after. The first batch of tomatoes is expected in 3 days. He also buys watermelon seeds on the platform. Apparently they were just someone's leftovers, tossed onto the platform at a cheap price that nobody else wanted. His gain, wiping sweat from his forehead. He looks at his masterpiece with sheer satisfaction, still some empty space so he can keep an eye out for seeds and plants at future stations to transplant inside. Nothing else on the trading platform feels urgent now, and the blocks are about to merge anyway. Conductors from other areas will surely bring new trade items. At 9:30, the 3-hour timer is up, and the broadcast rings out. On time, merging D56 and D119. E3, E19, E28, totaling 10,000. Merge complete with exactly 1,000 out of 1,000 present. Nothing earth-shattering happens, but watch, the player count in the chat keeps climbing back up to the initial 10,000. On the public screen, lines of scrolling text make everyone feel like they just arrived in this world. Holy crap, the merge actually happened. People shout, asking if the others can see this. Others reply they can, laughing that finally there is someone to talk to, as only 300 survived on their side. Almost all dead. Another says they have 1,000, wondering how many blocks even exist. Some notice 3-digit numbers following the letters now. 1,000 survivors is decent, but it seems their own block. D119 has the most with 1,900 people, with Brother Zhao around. They won't starve. Naturally, newcomers ask who this Zhao guy is, and if he is really that amazing. Supporters boast he is their biggest shot, who started growing food at the first station. Most of their meals are bought from him, plus Zhao has a level 3 train. Rivals scoff, so what? So what if he grows vegetables? It is not like they lack that. Here, their own brother Lai was the first to hit level 3. Others boast that their block even sells guns, asking if anyone can match that. They argue, laugh, and show off. As survivors from different blocks merge, they proudly attach different labels to themselves, even if these survivors share no actual emotional connection. That simple line of letters and numbers before their individual numbers still bring a small sense of identity, even though it has nothing to do with them. They use the success of others to show off, as if the entire block shares in each other's glory and shame. Someone started growing vegetables back at the first station. As expected, there are capable survivors among the rest. Yikayan sighs, feeling too weak. It is almost the 8th station and he only just started growing vegetables. He is way behind. He shakes his head with a sigh, takes a bite of a white forest fruit, and opens the trading platform he cares about most. Since the blocks merged, the trading platform should have merged too. Sure enough, inside there is a major increase in items and supplies. Each block has its own situation, just like that block D119. From earlier, they seem more inclined to sell food, but no seeds or anything like that. This is normal. After all, with someone farming since the first station, most of block D119 seeds naturally ended up in his hands. There is quite a lot of stuff. After browsing the trading platform for a long time, he buys a few changes of clothes, a bar of soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. The price is reasonable, and very few people buy them. Most are still struggling to survive, and few would spend resources to improve their quality of life. Honestly, who can blame him for splurging? He also buys a Large wooden barrel fills it with clean water, strips off his clothes, and jumps. Inside, the water is freezing cold, but it feels incredibly comfortable. He squints his eyes in enjoyment, his body relaxing completely in the water, all his. Fatigue dissipates at this moment. After taking a bath and changing into a clean set of clean clothes, he lies on the large, soft bed, if not for the roaring sound of the wheels by his ears. At this moment, none of the train survival stuff matters anymore. It is 12:30, 30 minutes before arriving at the 8th station. Fates. Crossroads are triggered. He must make a choice for docking between the following two options. Option 2, Plains of Nights Level 4 Escape Station. Station. Option 2, Plains of Nights Level 4 Mission Platform. It is another new type of station, escape. Judging by the literal meaning, it is not a good place. And it is named Labyrinth. In contrast, the second option is a mission platform, which he has personally experienced many times, and the gains here generally are not bad. He selects Station 2, station selection complete. Sit tight and hold on. The 8th station, the train is approaching ahead. Is Plains of Nights. The train moves forward, slowly accelerating as time passes. A distortion appears ahead. When the hour hand on the pocket watch points to 1, the entire train passes through the void. The world outside the window changes in an instant. Current station, Plains of Nights. Available docking countdown, 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck, this station is dangerous. Seriously, look at that bizarre docking time. He rubs his eyes, thinking he must have misread it, but the countdown displayed on the light screen proves it is real. Why is his docking time not 5 hours? The train system's response soon comes over the broadcast. The train captain's docking time is fixed. Once increased, it will not be changed again. The scheduled docking time of Captain Yi Kyan, E31102, has been interfered with. Furthermore, because train captain Yi Kyan's docking, if the time limit for new train captains is exceeded, the option to increase the train's docking time will not appear when upgrading before arriving at the 10th station. Is that really how it works? It feels like a scam. He is left speechless. This randomly added stopover time actually has both pros and cons. On one hand, longer stops at resource platforms mean more loot. Conversely, when stopping at certain extremely dangerous platforms, he will have to stay a full 7 hours before leaving. It is a system issue. The train's broadcast suddenly chimes in, announcing some special compensation. They hope train conductor Yi Kyan will continue to work hard. Forget it, Yi Kyan sighs. He will just have to be more careful next time. Since things have gone this far, he shakes his head and walks straight up to Wally, inserting a coin. As Wally initializes, Yi Kyan taps his iron head. A smile appears on his face. Good luck, Wally, if you find a treasure chest at the station. Yi Kyan promises to build him a brain, watching Wally roll out. He presses the door opening button just as he is about to step out. The sound of hoofbeats catches his attention. He spots a knight in tattered armor, riding a gaunt, rib-protruding old horse, charging toward the train with a rusted spear. Enemies already, but if this is indeed an opponent, he looks incredibly shabby. After thinking for a moment, he stops the sentry from firing. This is a mission platform based on experience. The first person he encounters is related to the mission. He lets the knight approach, then walks outside, draws his gun and fires. A bullet lands precisely at the feet of the old horse. The beast gets startled, immediately flipping over and throwing him off. Ouch, the knight's helmet rolls aside, revealing a cardboard core inside. Talk about an incredibly weak opponent. That is his first impression. The man is haggard, his sparse grayish beard covered in mud, his frail body looking as if a gust of wind could blow him away. But wait, look at those eyes. Even from afar, they burn with intense fanaticism and persistence. Yi Kyan asks the old man if he is doing all right, not knowing what to call him, but judging by his look, he is definitely human. The old man says he is fine, then wonders if Yi Kyan is human, and why he stepped out of a giant dragon. Then, the knight assumes Ikayan must have killed the beast. He declares Ikayan a legendary hero, a mighty dragon knight who conquered the monster. A dragon knight, what total nonsense.